1999. Wake up, kid. Wipe the crust off your eyelids. Go out and be somebody. His daddy ain't waking up at 5, but he loves 2 kids. Life ain't always what it seems. You got a fighting chance. It's the American dream.
Riding around the streets, we're in my mama's minivan, and we just can't wait for Saturday. Pay the keys at church, my daddy the pastor, but I want that bad girl that's gonna take my faith away. So young, but living like this world's ending next week. I wonder if that girl gon' kiss me next week. The cologne and the button-down shirt's gon' probably out me. I don't hear no rings, but I'm calling in case you call me, girl. I put on some cologne for you, so let's not waste it. I had a dream that me and you were naked in your room, but we were doing things, but we just had each other drinking avocado shake. I grew up feeling like I gotta be the hero in the world that's full of super villains, but I swear you made me wanna make mistakes, girl.
All that glitters remains forever. Now go be unafraid to make it last for all the days I saved to drive, for all the days I prayed to fly. Vespers over, now descend from that tower. I'm saying, are you hurt? Are you keen to be arrogant but genuine? Claim that look, match that speed, take that room. In all the lights, it's you. It's you, you. In all the lights, it's you. Alone, Vespers over. Now put me on that higher power. I'm asking, are you hurt? Are you free enough to be a bitch, but graciously call that car, no RSVP, work that crowd, enter the light. It's all the days that carved in crimson streets. It's all the days I starved for the dramaturgy. Alright, Vespers over. Amen. Now give thanks to the theater, whom I beseech religiously. Are you hurt? 'Cause God gave me poison enough for the sharing. Claim that love.
Yo, yo!
Match that speed.
Oh, I didn't turn on the closed caption. One sec. Bro, what? Why? I swear I'll fix something before the stream. I'll start the stream and it just forgets or something. It just gets fucked. I don't know. Wish it was me. Okay, hold on. Let me start the closed caption thing real quick. Why is it? Why does it do this, man? Why? Okay. Closed caption is on. I gotta check something because okay. So before stream today, I updated some things. I also fixed some things. Like the alerts haven't been working right. I made a bunch of custom alerts that are supposed to be doing things that aren't happening right now. It's supposed to be better. But I also fixed, like, I also changed a bunch of other stuff. So like this sub goal thing that's on the screen right now should not be there. Or at least it shouldn't look like that. So anyways, I need to look at this because it's starting to piss me off, man. I'm about to start screaming. You know what? Today I was also in what's her name? G Burb. You guys know G Burb, the Dead by Daylight streamer? I was in her stream earlier today. And I think, look, I like a lot of Dead by Daylight creators, okay? But I think she's the funniest. I think if we're gonna rate Dead by Daylight streamers by how funny they are, she's at the top. Like, it's not even, I don't even think it's close, honestly. That being said, I don't know all of them, but I know a lot of them, and she's, to me, the funniest one by a long shot. I think there's other creators that are like producing more interesting content or like more creative content, but she is like she's just so witty and quick with it. She said to me today that I'm her funniest chatter, okay? Funny recognize funny, that's all I'm saying. Funny recognize funny. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the same thing I was trying to figure out a second ago. Alright. Because it's not, I'm not supposed to see like all the brown stuff that's on the screen. I made like totally different stuff. And then it just like reverted when I started stream. So I'm about to lose my goddamn mind. You guys digging the music though? Let me turn it down a little bit. There we go. I've been listening to I've had a few songs on repeat recently. The first one is this, but not this intro bit, the stupid follower goal thing. I should just take all this off for now because it's pissing me off. Definitely the follower goal at least. This one, it's called Avocado Shake with a bunch of like symbols or whatever. But he kind of has like a Frank Ocean vibe in the middle. You'll know when it hits. Anyways, let me try and fix this real quick. I say for like the 10th time. Go out and be somebody. Just noticed my hair is like slightly fucked on this side. Right here. This is the part that I was talking about. I wish this song was longer too. One of my favorite lines from this is where I think, did he already say it? Let me rewind it. He says, hold on. Sage. Hold on, 1 second, Sage. That's it. When he says world's ending next week, like, don't you know the world's ending next week? That's so cool. That's such a cool, like, I don't know. I've never, like, I wouldn't like put those words together myself. Like I wouldn't think that way. Like just like, oh, like fuck it, you know, the world's ending next week. And he says it so casually too. Like I know other artists have done this. You're like, oh, you know, like the world is ending. I feel like people aren't really like, ah, like don't you know, like world's ending next week. Like fuck it, you know what I mean? I don't know. The way he says it is different. Gonna lurk since I'll be doing a very emotional video chat with your father. Get some good chats going, I'm sure. I hope so. I hope so. I hope your video chat goes well, Sage. I'm not sure. I'm getting the sense that it's going to be difficult, not like a happy emotional. But I hope it goes well, and I hope at the end of it, you're glad that you did it. Seems important at the very least. So hope it goes well, Sage. Appreciate the lurk. Appreciate the lurk though. Yeah. Hopefully we do have some good chats. That'll be fun. I'm trying to figure out why my like alerts are all weird. Oh, here we go. Did someone just follow? Or is this like testing it out? I don't know why it just like made noises for me. Did someone just follow? I don't think anyone just followed. I think it just made a noise for no reason. If someone did follow, I'm sorry. I love you. Okay. This is what it was supposed to look like at the start of stream, just because I thought there was too much shit on the screen. And so I changed it to look a little bit more clean and fit the theme a little bit better of the stream. Oh, that's what it was. A streak. 5 streamer. I don't know if you know this, Sage, but my favorite thing my favorite thing that Twitch has is the streak system. I've said this a bunch of times before, but I don't know if you've heard me say it. Because to me, that's like the only thing that represents someone who like wants to come back all the time. Like someone could sub and just like renew their sub 8 months in a row. That's cool. That's cool and all, but like, or for example, I think something that's like kind of shitty that Twitch does is they have the hype trains. It's just like, it's kind of like incentivizing people to just spend more money for no reason. It's like Twitch being like, give more money to the streamer and to us, please. Whereas the streaking system is just like, this person's dedicated because they're dedicated. So I just love it. I want to make a like an actual reward system for streaking in particular, where you can like redeem things for streaking. I feel like that would be sick. Like maybe I send a sticker or something, like a little Psyduck sticker. That'd be fun. But that's my favorite thing on Twitch is the streaking system. I think the longest streaker we have is G-Paul Money, and G-Paul, he's at like 50 almost. He's almost at 50, which is crazy because I only stream once a week. I did used to stream twice a week, so he got a lot in during that time, but still impressive. Still very impressive. Okay, now that we have that fixed, I'm not going to lose my mind. And I think that also means that the alerts, like the sub alerts will be the custom ones that I've set up. The follows should be normal. So you guys will see. You guys will see. But anyways, speaking of fathers, happy post-Father's Day to all my daddies out there. Happy post-Father's Day. Anyone do anything fun for Father's Day? Yesterday I spent like basically the whole day making my dad his favorite dinner, and he loves Mexican food. So I made him they're called tamales. You guys know what tamales are? It's a Mexican, it's kind of like a holiday food. It's kind of like a holiday I think they usually make them Christmas Eve. I think it's like a traditional Christmas Eve type food. I'm gonna sit down for a sec. Standing up. I'm no longer in a standing mood. I started in a standing mood, now I'm in a sitting mood, you know? Okay. Nice. All right. What was I saying? What was I saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah. So made his favorite. Is this too loud? Is the music too loud? I made his favorite dish, which was tamales. Oh, hi, Gopal. I was just talking about you, Gopal. How you doing? There we go. I think the alerts are working now. The ones that are supposed to be going up, I think they're working. How you doing, Gopal? What are you up to today? Besides the interview you had. Yeah, so I made them tamales, and they're kind of tricky to make, and I'd never made them before. But basically, you get a corn husk, which is not edible. I mean, actually, it probably is edible. It's just it wouldn't taste good. But it's just like it's basically like paper, you know. When you think of corn, it's like the green part, you know. So you get a dried out corn husk, and then you spread this like cornbread dough kind of on it. And then you put in some sort of filling. So like common fillings are just like some sort of meat. But I put in chicken, like shredded chicken, which I put like red chili sauce on the chicken, shredded it up. And then I also added jalapenos and cheese. Oh my God, they were so good. And then I also made Mexican rice and Mexican refried beans to go with it. So it took me like, I don't know, it took me a really long time because also it's like all white people here. So I had to go to like a special Mexican store to buy lard because they don't sell lard at the Walmart we have. And I also thought I would have to go there for like tamale, I don't know, like the prep stuff for it. It's called tamal or maseca or something. Talking about me, hopefully good stuff. I don't remember why I was. Oh yeah, I was talking about the streaks. I was saying that you're my biggest streaker. Biggest streaker, because Sage hit a 5-stream streak, and I don't think she knew that's my favorite part of the Twitch streaking. Like the Twitch streaking system is my favorite bit. I don't think she knew that, so I was just letting her know, and I was like, "You're my biggest streaker." Not much. I need to play DBD though. Yeah, you do, because tomorrow is when they start doing the cakes. Yeah, they start doing the cakes tomorrow. So I've also been playing DBD just to get more points, to get more cakes. I have like 3 million points. Anyway, I went to the gym and took a shower. Nice. How's the gym going? Did you work anything out in particular today? This song is so sad, by the way. Classic breakup song. I think this song blew up on TikTok a while back. Alright, alright, so guys, the plan. Here's the plan today. I kind of want to just like yap for a bit, and then I'm also going to talk about I'm in the middle of this really strange interaction with an OnlyFans person. And it like started out, I'll just save it. I'll save it for later, but it's just really weird. So anyways, we'll do that. I want to catch up with people because I feel like the last few streams I've just been talking about me a lot, and so I want to catch up with people, you know, in a real sense. And then I changed the huddle up, so it's no longer Pengy huddle up, it just says huddle up because I couldn't think of like a duck themed one. But then I changed the visual for it, and I also added a couple questions for us to do. So we're gonna do that. Question of the day, of course, our classic question of the day. And then if we have time, I'm gonna start doing some like short-term planning for future stream stuff. Sound good? Nice. Let me change the song. The song's too sad. So I've had the song we played earlier, Avocado Shake, on repeat Vespers, and then this one as well. It's got a groovy little tune to it. You know what I mean? Groovy little tune. It's nice. Oh, also, wanted to remind everyone that instead of movie night at the end of the month, we're probably gonna do another game night, because I don't think Obsession is gonna be out on streaming services. It could be, but I know it's still in some theaters. And so until it's out of the theaters, like, I know for sure it's not gonna, we're not gonna be able to see it on streaming services. Jim's good, did upper body? Oh shit. Oh shit, you got them big old biceps going? Number one, not even close. No one is close to you anymore. I know Appy lost his. I've actually haven't seen Appy in a while. I think Appy lost his streak and was like, meh. It's like, yeah, there's nothing to keep up anymore. So he just like comes in casually now. Which I get. I remember I was kind of like that with Snapchat when I had it in like college. But I would have streaks going with people, and then if the streak ever died, you couldn't like save it back in the day, which is bullshit that you can do it now. But I would just be like, man, we don't gotta like talk every day now. We can just kind of like, I'm not gonna be here for the streak. Like, we don't got a streak, then like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Did I forget my water? Oh no, it's right here. But yeah, so yesterday I did I made that massive meal. I actually was gonna also make they're called chile rellenos. Chile rellenos. And they're basically just like poblano peppers filled with cheese. They're good. Not my thing, but my dad really likes them. And I'm glad I didn't, because I finished making all of the tamales at, I think it was like 10 p.m. I think I finished at like 10 p.m. because I made like a week's worth of tamales. There's like I think I made like 3 dozen almost, which is a lot. It's a lot of food. I thought I was making 2 dozen, but the recipe that I was making it from definitely, there was definitely more than 2 dozen in there. So we made a lot of food. Anyways, so yeah. Let's move on to the question of the day, shall we? It's about that time. We're about 20 minutes in, I think. Let me also change the song. Let's pause the Spotify. Let's go back to our classic. Did we do Pokey and Sleep last time? I feel like we did Pokey and Sleep. Or we could do Mario and Chill. No, Mario and Chill? Should we Mario and Chill? Wait, Animal Crossing Lo-Fi? Oh shit, no, that's tomorrow. They're releasing Animal Crossing Lo-Fi. I'm actually kind of hyped for that. Is that weird? Is that weird?
Whoa.
Rip, have to wait through an ad. Hold on. Nice. How loud is that? It's pretty loud, I think. Loud for me. Let me turn it down. That's a bit better. That's good. All right. Oh yeah, so I was in G-Burb's stream, who's a DBD streamer. And she called me her funniest chatter, so I've been riding that high all day because I think she's the funniest DBD streamer. So I go into her chat, and I've never talked in there before because I usually just watch her stream. I usually just watch G-Burb's stream because she's funny. And so it'll just be like up sometimes. Not often, I don't watch it too much, but I never talk in there. There's some streamers that I go in and I'll like chat a little bit, but hers, I've never said a word. And when you do say like your first chat in someone's stream, it'll come up for, if you have like the 7TV extension, if you have that, I'm pretty sure it also tells you when you're a regular person, like a regular viewer, if it's someone's first time chatting. But for the streamer, it like 100% will say, hey, this is this person's first time chatting in here, just so you're sure to respond to them and like acknowledge them, you know. So since it was my first time, I said to Gburb, I typed something like, hey Gburb, just curious if it's difficult being the funniest Dead by Daylight streamer. And then I followed that with, is it lonely at the top? And so she read it, and like it gave her a good chuckle for a bit. And then a bunch of people in chat thought it was funny. Then one person bought me a sub for saying that. And then like an hour later, after that, I said nothing. She like responded, and I like could have said stuff back, but I was like kind of busy, so I didn't. So I just like didn't say anything for another hour. And then so an hour later, she's talking about how someone came in, was like, you used to be the funny streamer, and now you just get angry. Like you just get angry at things. Which first of all isn't true. She's still funny and like is barely ever angry. And if she is angry, usually it's like a joke, like she's joking angry, you know? And so I copy and pasted my message from the hour before and then just replaced it with angry. So I said, hey Gburb, just curious what it's like being the angriest Dead by Daylight streamer, and is it lonely at the top? And that one really got her going. Then she called me the funniest chatter. She's like, hey, she has a British accent, I think. And she goes, hey, it's Sidale. What's it like being the funniest chatter on Twitch? And I was like, dude, I've never been more erect in my life. Just to be absolutely clear. Like if I was a dog and you know how dogs, they wag their tail when they're excited. If I was a dog, my penis was, for some reason, my tail, my penis would be wagging. That's how excited I was. And erect. All of the above. Hopefully that was a good description. Hopefully everyone got that. All right. What should we do next? Do we want to do the question of the day? Let's do the question of the day. Question of the day today. Let's do it. That is the question of the day. Is there anything you keep doing, but you're not sure why you keep doing it? Is there anything you keep doing, but you're not sure why you keep doing it? For me, this is a question I have a lot. Like a lot of times I'll just do something and I'll be like, why am I doing this? I don't even enjoy doing it. And then I just keep doing it though. And I feel like a lot of times it's out of habit. Like a lot of times it feels like when I think about it, I sit there and think about it. Usually it's a habit, or it's just my default, which is kind of the same thing. So for example, there was a long period of time where I would get up, I would go make my tea, and then right after I make my tea, I would go downstairs, and then I would boot up my computer, and then I would just start playing RuneScape. And I didn't even want to do it at a certain point. I didn't even want to play RuneScape, but because I was just used to doing that every day, I would just get up, boom, tea, boom, go downstairs, boom, RuneScape, and then I would waste like 6 hours playing RuneScape. And then as I'm sitting there, I'm just thinking to myself, why am I doing this? Like, I don't enjoy doing this at this point in time, but I still found myself doing it. And a lot of times I'm avoiding something. And I think this is like pretty common, where if you're doing something and you don't know why you're doing it, or you don't even want to be doing it, it's because you're avoiding something that you want to do even less. And so for me at the time, what I was avoiding was I was avoiding thinking about what I wanted to do because that made me uncomfortable. Which is weird. So I very much dislike discomfort. And so I will do a lot to avoid it. And so if something is comfortable for me, I'll just naturally do whatever that thing is instead of like sit with something uncomfortable, which is something I'm working on. I've been working on it. I'm a lot better at it than I was at that point, but there are still times, like oftentimes, where I'll be doing something and I'll be like, why am I doing this? I should probably stop. But then I keep doing it. But the difference now is a lot of times I'll catch myself and I'll actually stop and I'll go do something else, or I'll be comfortable, or I'll like sit with that discomfort is what I meant to say, instead of just avoid it entirely. Yes, and doom scrolling. Ooh. Okay. Like like doom scrolling on Instagram, you mean? What do you doom scroll on? Is it just Instagram? Dang, this is this Mario and chill is kind of sexy, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like I could hear this in Cheesecake Factory. You know, like I could be sitting in Cheesecake Factory. This will be playing. Do one of these, you know, do a little, you know. It's kind of fire. Do my little white boy dance in the Cheesecake Factory on a Tuesday. You hate that you do it. It's Instagram and YouTube. Interesting. So why do you think you do it then? I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but for me, usually I'm avoiding something else. Like, I know I don't want to be doing the doom scrolling, for example, but I'll do it anyways because I'm avoiding something that I dislike more. Usually I'm avoiding something if I'm doing something I don't want to be doing. So I'm curious if it's the same for you, or if there's like another reason, or if you don't know. This might be my favorite Game Chops music that I've heard. And they're all pretty good, but this one's fire. You did, and it's the same for you. It like numbs my mind and helps me avoid thinking about uncomfortable topics, like you were saying, what do I want to do? Yeah. And that's not the only one either. And I'm sure it's not the only one for you, but I think that's the most common one. Instead of sitting there and thinking like, what do I actually want to do right now? It's just easier to open up my phone and then not think about it. And have my phone like kind of think for me in a way. I think that's like the most common one for me, but there's also other ones. Like like just procrastinating in general. Like if I don't want to do something later, like in the moment, I'll just do something else in the meantime. Or for example, if I know when I talk to someone that I'm going to have like a really strong emotional talk with them, and I'm just not in a space to do that, then I will not talk to the person, even though like that's something I should be doing, you know? I don't know, there's like a lot of things. It could be, but I think the most common one is just like sitting with myself and the discomfort of like figuring out what I want to do. Which is like, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it feels so lame to say that. It's like, I just don't want to think about what I want to do, so like, fuck it. Just open up TikTok. I actually don't doom scroll TikTok very much. I'm barely on TikTok. I usually only go on TikTok if I post something or if someone sends me something. I do go on Instagram probably too much. YouTube is more of like I'm falling asleep sort of thing. Like I'm just trying to find something to fall asleep to, which is not good. That's another thing though. I also got in the habit of doing that because couple reasons. First reason was I would stress about work the next day every night when I fell asleep, and so I wouldn't be able to fall asleep. And so I discovered that if I had something that was like slightly distracting me, that I could fall asleep. So I would just turn on like a video game person on YouTube, and then I could fall asleep to that. And then if I had it off, I would just stress about work the next day or that day or whatever was on my mind with work. That was the first reason. Second reason was later on, even when I wasn't working, I would be so depressed that my mind would just like be up racing about depressed thoughts, which there's a huge range of those, right? And so to avoid those thoughts, which are very uncomfortable, I would have YouTube on. Similar, but like a little bit different, you know? I also have a knife. Am I allowed to show a knife on stream? I don't know. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Are you allowed to show like guns and stuff on stream? I don't know. Probably best not to, but my my dad bought, speaking of TikTok, he bought a knife off TikTok, and they sent 2 of them, so now I just have this knife. And it's actually kind of sick. It's one of those ones that has like a spring in it, so it just like kind of flies open. I don't know if you can hear me switching it. Watch out. Watch out, I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous like that. All right, let's do the huddle up. Shall we? Let's start huddling up. Look, it's the new huddle up screen. Look. Huddle up. So it looks similar. I just took out the penguins, and then I put in some of the emojis that we have for the stream. But they're just big emojis. But they're high quality because the actual image itself is like way bigger. They're just condensed really small for Twitch. But aren't they so cute? I love them. And then I also added this like tiny little huddle up at the bottom, you know, throwback for the penguins. So this is the new huddle up screen. Scale of 1 to 5. How's everybody doing today? How are we feeling? I think I'm around. I'm feeling. I'm like at a 3.5. A little bit better than usual. A little bit better than usual today. Go Paul, you're at a 1.8. Okay. I think you said either the same number last week or you said 1.5. I can't remember. What's got you at a 1.8 today, Go Paul? I thought you'd be higher today, if I'm being honest. I thought you'd be a little bit higher. Yeah. Okay, 1.5. Trying to show improvement. It's actually kind of funny because it's like you're like I gotta just improve a little bit with the huddle up. It's kind of endearing in a way. In a way, it's endearing. Improvement's nice. Tops is a 2. Okay, well, what's got you there? Around there. Getting better. Yeah, same. I think last week I said I was at 2.5. But I think I said last week too that I'm on the upswing. I feel like I'm on the upswing, or I feel like I was on the upswing. And so I feel like this week, similar, I'm on the upswing. Oh, wait, I just realized I need to... Twitch keeps deleting my tags on Twitch. I need to add some tags. Mental health? Mental health. There's one tag. Okay. Depression, anxiety, psychology. What else do we want as a tag? Beat OnlyFans. um, what else? I don't even open conversation. I don't remember what my tags used to be before. I had 10 of them. We're only at like, what are we at right now? 8. Community focused. I don't know. That's good enough. 9's good enough. Let's go with that. Beautiful. All the stress you're feeling for the week is well, maybe you're gonna explain. I should read. The interviews drain me. Having all those this week is going to drain the fuck out of me. Interesting. I feel like we talked about this a little bit, but I feel like it's probably, you're probably pressuring yourself a lot. I'm guessing it has something to do with your expectations of performance for yourself. And so I feel like it's probably not the interviews itself that's draining you. It's the expectations that you have for yourself that's draining you. Seeing Supergirl on Friday, so I'm stoked about that. Wait, Supergirl? I didn't even know they were releasing a Supergirl. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, because they had that little like cameo of her in the last Superman, right? With the dog. Super dog. That'd be cute. Yeah, you'll have to let me know if that's good. I don't know if I want to see it. That's one of those ones where I'm like, I'm just gonna wait until I hear from other people if they think it's good. Then I'll decide if I'm gonna go see it. And you'll know. You're one of the people that just knows. You're someone I can trust with that with any superhero movie. You're my go-to. All right. Oh, something else I wanted to do, which I'm stealing from Adri's stream because I saw her doing it, and I also participated in it. There's, you know, those silly little games on stream, how people have like the words on stream game. I feel like for the most part those are kind of lame because I feel like you're just like trying to milk engagement. And it works because it's like slightly entertaining, but I feel like if you're constantly doing it like every single time, then it's like ugh. But again, and that's not the case for Adri, but what I have seen streamers where it's like they have up words on stream like all the time, and to me that's just like ugh, rubs me the wrong way. Anyways, so that she does this one which I've never seen before. It's called Contexto on stream, and basically the premise is there is a word that the game picks, okay, and nobody knows what the word is, and you have to try and guess the word. So you just put in one word in chat, and then it'll say how close you are to the actual word. So like, let's say the word was blueberry, okay, and you typed the word fruit, it would give you like a really low number. So 1 is the word, okay? So the higher the number is, the further you are away. So lower the number is, the closer you are. So if it was blueberry and you said fruit, maybe it would give you like 100, like a score of 100. And then maybe after that you said apple, then maybe it would give you like an 80. Then you're like raspberry, maybe that's like a 3, you know? And you just keep going until someone gets the word. But it's really fun because sometimes everyone's just like spamming shit and you're like, oh my god, what is the fucking word? And I swear it got me like so interested, it got me like so engaged, and I was like, ugh. So I want to try that. I want to try that at some point. We'll probably try it out today. We'll probably try that out today. But yeah. Okay, so I told you guys we're doing a new format for the Huddle Up. So if you haven't answered the Huddle Up, you can answer the Huddle Up still. So yeah. let's go to the next thing here. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. Did I just did I think I just refreshed the whatever. Okay, so we did that. This is the new thing, right? So how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 5? That's our usual question. Okay, 1 being horrible, 5 being amazing. Okay, so if you haven't answered that, you can still answer that. Then after that, we're going to answer this question. So we'll do this every stream. What is one way you could make your day a little bit better? So I set them at a 3.5 today. And so every week we're going to answer this question of like, okay, how can we be like a little bit better today? How can we raise our number from like a, you know, I'm at a 3.5. How can I get it to like a 3.8? You know what I mean? So for example, like I haven't walked my dog today. That's something I usually like to do because it gets me outside. And I feel like that would raise my score just a little bit. Not something crazy, just a little bit. Okay. Oh wait, let me go back to the, that's what I did. That's what I did. Okay. So yeah, I think maybe after the stream I'll walk my dog if it's not too dark out. And then I'm trying to think of something else I could maybe do. Ooh, I have to respond to some people that I haven't reached out to in a while. Or haven't responded to that I need to. What else? I don't know. That's good enough. I mean, just walking the dog, that'd be good enough. So yeah, that'll be our follow-up question to the how are you feeling question. And then I think I have one more. I think I have one more question. Yeah. And so after that, just something you're working on. What's something you're working on this week? So like, for example, Gopal already kind of said he's working on interviews. This past week, the thing I've been working on is noticing when something feels good or feels bad, because I am not good at that. It's kind of weird to say, but I'm not good at noticing in the moment if something feels good or feels bad. I can look back at something and say, oh, that felt good or that felt bad. But when I'm in the moment, a lot of times I don't really pay attention to how I'm feeling. I'll usually think about how something might feel in the future or how something could feel in the future, or kind of ruminate on the past about how something did feel. But I don't think about how I feel in any specific present moment. So I'm working on that. I'm trying to focus on feeling what I'm feeling in the moment. That's my task that I've given myself this week. And I think that's contributed a lot too to just feeling better overall. That's why last stream, I said I feel like I'm on the upswing, is because I feel like every week I'm working on something and each week I'm feeling a little bit better. And so just knowing that, actually, just knowing that I'm feeling better each week, that also like kind of makes me feel even more better. So yeah, that's what I'm working on this week. Anyone else working on something? All right. If you still want to answer that, you can. If not, I'm going to move on. Gonna move on to the next thing, which is this OnlyFans story. So let me switch scenes real quick. Okay, so on I don't even know if I want to talk about this, man. So on OnlyFans, I mean, not even on OnlyFans, I don't have one. So I was on Twitch and I was watching a stream. I was in some streamer's chat, and someone who was there but not participating in the chat DM'd me on Twitch, which is weird. I usually don't think anyone really DMs on Twitch unless you are talking to someone in chat and then want to like take it out of Twitch. You know what I mean? Like I've only received honestly like a handful of actual Twitch DMs. But anyway, so this person DMs me on Twitch. And so immediately I'm like, oh, that's weird. I got a DM on Twitch. And they messaged me saying something like, hey man, you seem like a really chill person to talk to. I think that was their opener. Actually, you know what? I can just open the DM. I didn't think about this. I just open the DM. Yeah, so they said, hey, you seem pretty chill, lol. And I said, thanks. Who are you? Because like I said, I didn't see them in chat, so I was really confused for a bit. And they say, yeah, I saw you typing in this person's stream. So I decided to message you. I was like, oh yeah, cool, that streamer person's great. I was like, do you watch them much? And they're like, oh yeah, they're so entertaining. I love watching them. I've never seen this person in chat, and I'm like someone who goes in there. I don't know. I go in this person's stream like maybe once a week, maybe once every other week. So I kind of know the people in there like a decent bit, and I've never seen this person's name. Okay. And they weren't chatting in there either, but they were there. It was just weird. Anyways, so we just started talking about this streamer, and I asked if they were in their Discord, and they said no. And I was like, yo, you know, you should join their Discord. Join their Discord because they are doing like a game night. And you should come to the game night. It'll be fun. And so they said, oh yeah, that would be fun. And they asked for my Discord. And so I gave them my Discord. We started talking in Discord. And so pretty much right away, you know, usually when someone reaches out, I was already thinking, okay, red flags are happening. Okay. Because first of all, someone DM'd me on Twitch, which like never happens. First of all, right? Second of all, they weren't in like chatting in the person's chat, which again, you know, a little bit of red flag, but nothing like crazy. And I usually just give people the benefit of the doubt anyways. So I messaged them on Discord, and I'm like, hey, this is their Discord server if you'd like to join, you know, the game night that's happening. And they totally ignore that message, the invite message, and they move on, and they're just like, hey, like, it's I'm glad you added me or something like that. And then they just like send a selfie, just like a normal selfie. Okay. And it's, you know, it's an attractive girl, you know, it's an attractive girl. So then I'm like, oh, okay. We're like, they're probably fishing for like, you know, OnlyFans people. Okay. And so, okay. Do you guys ever like just talk to scammers? You guys ever just talk to scammers just to continue the interaction, just because it's like kind of entertaining, but also because you're like wasting their time? So that's what I did. That's what I started doing. So I started like talking to them as if like eventually they're gonna try and sell me their OnlyFans. And I was also like partially convinced that they were a bot, or it's just like a guy running another person's account. Okay. I actually had a lot of things that I thought, because one kind of looks like my ex. So I thought it could be someone I know, like in real life, that doesn't like me anymore. And like AI edited a picture of my ex to make them look a little bit different. So I was like, maybe this is someone I know who just like has beef with me. I don't know. Oh, talked to a scammer twice. Hi. Oh my gosh, Norse. How are you? Been a while, Norse. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's good to see you. Talking to a scammer before once or twice. I was curious what their strategy was. In one case, it was an attempt to get a security code for my online banking system. Yeah. Caught it way before I revealed to them. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes, yeah, it's like kind of fun to do that. You know what I mean? Like to like engage with a scammer, knowing that you're just wasting their time, and then they could be spending this time trying to scam someone else, but you're wasting their time. I don't know. Sometimes I engage with them just to like, just for shits and giggles. So that was kind of the mindset I had going in, right? Let me scroll up to their first message to make sure I'm following everything right. Yeah, so they just said they were bored, and actually they didn't hit me with a image right away. They didn't hit me with the picture right away. But I did think that this person was either, it could have been someone I know that like also knew my ex, and just like tweaked her photos a little bit, and we're trying to be mean. I don't know. Could have been that. Another thing I thought is it could be someone from my stream that's just like being a little weird. I thought it could be a friend that's like messing with me. Thought it could be that as well. I thought it could be a dude who's like pretending to be a woman and trying to like profit off of like another person that isn't them. So I thought it could be like a catfish trying to scam people out of money, trying to scam some lonely men, you know, because I know that's a thing. So yeah, I just like kept talking to them. So they said, without me asking, they were like, yeah, I play League of Legends and Dead by Daylight. Which is really weird because that's very specifically what I play as well. Which is another reason why I started thinking maybe I know this person. It was just really, it's very coincidental if this person also plays those same two games. And then also, why would they specifically tell me that without me asking? It was just weird. So all these red flags are going off for me as I start this interaction with this person, okay? So they asked me like who my main is and stuff. I asked them. So it's like a normal conversation for the most part for like 10 back and forths, okay? And then I said I was going to bed at some point. And then they like kind of got flirty and were like, you know, maybe if you're really nice and you beg, I'll let you carry me in League, okay? And then so I didn't respond to that because I was like, huh, okay. And I also thought it was weird, right? And so in the morning, they said, did I freak you out? And then sent the picture of their face, okay? And then so that's when I was like, maybe I do know this person. And they're like, you know, I thought it looked oddly similar to my ex. Anyways. So then they got like super flirty after that. And then they started sending me like some the photos progressively lost clothes, and we were just having like a normal conversation. I wasn't even responding to the images. I would just ignore that they sent an image and respond. So they sent me a like a lewd image. And then so I said I want to play DBD basically. I was like let's play DBD. I want to see how good you are at their main, who they said their main was. And then I was like, I also said I don't know what your intentions are at some point. And then she goes, oh, my intentions? I'm not sure they're rated PG-13. And I was like, oh, are they rated G? Because first of all, I think that's funny. Second of all, I'm still of the mindset that this is like a scammer to some extent, okay? I'm still thinking this is a scammer. Okay, let me go back. Hold on. So yeah, so then after that, and then I sent like a gif of a lizard going which is one of my favorite gifs. I send that all the time. And then so they just responded ha ha ha, which I thought was weird because they were trying to keep the conversation going up to that point. So I said, are we going to play games later or what? Because they said they wanted to play games. And then they said, okay, question, would you judge me if I have an OnlyFans? And I was like, oh, here we go. There it is. There it is. There's the OnlyFans. And then I was like, no, pretty much. I said no, but I was like, I'm not gonna subscribe though. Just just to let you know right now, so we don't have to further continue this conversation. I'm not subscribing. It's like I just cut it off immediately, okay? Anyways, so then she proceeds to send me more pictures and a voice message. Keeps sending me more pictures. I'm kind of like skipping over things. Sends me her OnlyFans link again. She keeps asking about going to my, not to my OnlyFans, but to her OnlyFans. And I keep saying no or just ignoring the link. But anyways, it was really strange. So at some point I was just like, hey, I'm not going to subscribe. Again, I've made it very clear that I'm just like, I thought you were like looking for someone to talk to or whatever. And then after I say that, they send it to me like 3 more times. Anyways, fast forward. I'm kind of rambling now. Fast forward. Oh shit. We're in the middle of an ad break, so I'll resume in a few minutes. But I have a question which should have popped up automatically, but it didn't. What is my question that I had? Hold up. Yo, thanks for the prime. Thanks for the prime subber, Go Paul. You're an 8-monther. I think that makes you part of the very exclusive 8-month club. Which is just you, KK. Wait, no, actually there's 3 more people. KK's in it, David's in it, and I think Justin's also in it. You guys are all in the 8-month club. Congratulations, and thank you for being my longest subbers. Okay. Oh, IDKY is telling me to share, but also my current sub ends in 3 days. Oh, if you click share, I think it like pops up. You can say a message and it'll pop up on the stream, I think. I think that's how it works. Not sure. Okay, let me go. Yeah, I set up a chat bot to do something, but it didn't do it. Oh well. Okay, so the question that it was supposed to ask that it didn't ask during the ad break is this. Ad ends in like a minute, I think. 1 minute. Okay, so that's the question it was supposed to ask everyone. So now during an ad break, it's supposed to do that. I'll try and fix it afterwards. I don't know why it didn't do it, but what's one thing you're proud of? What's one thing you're proud of yourself for this week? Yeah. And you can either answer it if you haven't answered it, or you can just not. But either way, we'll talk about it after the ad, and then we'll resume talking about whatever we were talking about. I actually got this idea from Sage, who was here earlier. Because when her ads would go, she would just also take a break from stream. So she would like go pee or something like that. Or would just like resume the conversation that they were having after the ad break. And I was like, oh, that's kind of smart actually. So then I thought, well, actually, you know what I could do is I could have like a question to answer for the people that are just kind of stuck watching an ad, and that way they're not just watching an ad. So yeah, I kind of like that. So I decided we can ask a question during ad breaks instead of, having to sit through an ad, which sucks. It supports me a little bit, but not like enough for me to want to have ads. All right, ads over. Ads over. If anyone wants to answer that, we'll talk about it. Oh shit, nice. Oh wait, Copper. What's up, Copper? Been working 12 to 13 hour days for the past 3 weeks without losing my mind quite yet. I like how you're like, quite yet. We're getting there though. Pretty proud I'm still holding it together. Nice. Are you like having to work 13-hour days? Like, is it a requirement pretty much? Damn. And are you getting the weekends off? Is this like every single day? Kind of, that would be brutal. I mean, it's brutal just 5 days a week anyways, but I'm wondering if you're saying the past 3 weeks, like all day, every day. Why? What's going on? What's going on, Cobber? About 12 yesterday? That's insane. My God. What's the reason? Tired of the ads? Try subscribing. Thank you. GoPul's my new ad bot. GoPul's my subscriber bot, apparently. Thank you, GoPul. Oop. As a ad starts playing on YouTube. Damn, dude, what do you do? For real, man. It's Copper is the person messaging me on OnlyFans. That's that's actually them. So they've been just messaging me all day. It was me all along. Okay. I was gonna get back to it, but big project at work. We're putting together a pack of 210 loans. God damn. Are you still working with your dad, or did you end up start doing something else? Because I remember at one point we were talking, and you said you had to keep working for your dad for a bit, but then maybe you wouldn't be, like in a year or something. Just depended on what happened, which I don't think I ever found out. Because I can see why you'd be putting in that many hours, especially if it was like a family member. Things are changing around. Okay, nice. All right. I'm sure that him being Papa plays into the hours you're having to work too. Project goes through. We should be on the other side of a lot of the bullshit. Okay, nice. 100%. Yeah, I'm sure that's like nice sometimes, but also like a lot of pressure. A fatty bonus? Fatty boner for a fatty bonus, baby. All right. Maybe it'll all be worth it in the end then. And then you can gift 1 million subs to It's Sidale stream. Think of all, or you could buy all your favorite Among Us skins. That too. I realized a bit of a side tangent before we go back to the OnlyFans thing, but I realized that you can get free skins in Among Us, and I had no idea. You know how after every game you get those beans? I didn't know that those. I never like checked into what those were for, and I realized that you can get like little things with them. And so last time I opened Among Us, I got a pet, which is, there's only a couple pets that you can get with the beans, I think. But the one I got was a little ram, because Copper, you're gonna like this. Ram Ranch. And so I also bought ram headpiece. So now I have the ram headpiece and the ram pet. And we're at Ram Ranch. 18 naked cowboys. All the Among Us skins. Yes. Yes. So you can. 18 friendly cowboys hanging out in the showers. Yeah, I was playing with another group of people, just yelling 18 naked imposters getting sussy in the showers. Or what did I say? It wasn't showers. Maybe it was showers, but I just kept saying 18 naked survivors, imposters, switching those two out, and then saying we were hanging out somewhere. And after a while, it got really old for other people, I'm sure. But for me, classic for me. Keeping it a classic. He'll go from copper top to silver top to gold top. Pretty soon he'll be my top. Cause he'll be on top of me. Get it? Keeping it a little PG for stream. You don't gotta keep it PG for stream. You can get as sussy as you want here. Ram Ranch never gets old. It really doesn't. It's a classic. I totally forgot about it until someone in that group played it. And I was like, holy fucking shit. And then I couldn't stop singing it for like the next hour. As I do. What's Ram Ranch? Let me just play it for you. Let me give you a little treat. Who else wants to hear Ram Ranch? Oh my god, wait. It's Sidale is live on YouTube? What? Wait, is it Grant McDonald? Is that the one? Who sings the original Ram Ranch? This guy? Got a warning saying it's inappropriate for certain users. I understand and wish to proceed. Oh, this is the original for sure. Okay. I'll bring it up for you guys. "18 naked cowboys." You lucky son of a bitch. All right. Can I? One sec. Is that? No. Nope. Right here. Why is it not working? There we go. Oh, it's just so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. Eh. Can you guys hear it? There we go.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanting to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. On their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. Hot, hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 80 more wild cowboys out in the yard. Big bulging cocks ever so hard.
I love how he talks. Ever so hard.
Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to rut.
Song is so good. Bit of an
Big hard throbbing cocks. Getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their sleep. Ram Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks.
Yeah, they do. Tell them about it.
"18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanting to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch really rocks."
One sec. I was playing Gartic Phone with another group, which is basically a game where you type in a prompt and then someone else has to draw the prompt, okay? And then your drawing goes to someone else, and then they have to describe what they think the drawing is. And then that person has to draw what that person's description in, and so on and so forth until you've gone through the whole group, okay? So what my prompt was same group of people that did the Ram Ranch Among Us thing, okay? So what my prompt that I gave them was Bubba and Hillbilly from Dead by Daylight passionately making love at Ram Ranch. Got some good fucking photos from that. Tell you that much.
hot, hard, buff cowboys.
Hot,
Their
hard,
cocks
buff
throbbing
cowboys.
hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard.
Out
Big
in the
bulging
yard.
cocks ever so hard.
Ever so hard.
Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch.
Big hard throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt. Like a breed of ram wanting to rut.
No, breeding ram wanting to rut. That's me. I'm a breeding ram wanting to rut.
"18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Ram
Big
Ranch.
hard throbbing cocks wanting to be sucked.
Oh,
18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked.
yeah.
Cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks.
That's right.
Ram Ranch
Ram
really
Ranch.
rocks.
Really rocks. Ram Ranch really rocks. That's alliteration. God, we still have fucking 25 seconds. Please keep
Big
it
hard
through.
throbbing cocks getting sucked real deep. Cowboys even getting fucked in their
Really
sleep.
rocks.
Ram Ranch,
You're so
it
right.
rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing
Ram
cocks.
Ranch, it rocks. Cowboys love big hard throbbing cocks. God, what a banger, dude. What a banger. Gopal immediately. I wish I didn't ask. Should have known Gopal. It's me. Could have gone my whole life never hearing this and would have been fine with that. Well, now you have. Now you have. I like how this stream title too is something like, hey, like, ask advice for anything. Imagine like you're a new person, you come in, and then you just hear Ram Ranch fucking blasting. Mental health stream, by the way. Ram Ranch really rocks. Sure fucking does, man. Sure fucking does. Yo, give me the ox. Dude, I feel like I've said that before and then realized that that's like a boomer thing to say. There's no fucking oxes anymore, man. No one makes that joke. I realized the last time I said that joke that nobody says that because there's no ox anymore. But what else can you say? You can't be like, give me the Bluetooth, you know? Give me control over your CarPlay. I don't know. Give me the aux is just so much better. What are you supposed to say, you know? All right. Back to video game study lounge. 24/7. No AI. Anyways. Give me the BT. Pronounce the booty. I like that one. Okay. Back to the OnlyFans story, which I now don't remember where I was at with it. Anyways, to summarize what I'd said before, basically I start talking to this OnlyFans person, not at first not realizing they were an OnlyFans person, but generally being suspicious of the interaction, okay? Because they DM'd me on Twitch. No one DM'd me on Twitch. No one DMs on Twitch, period. Asked for my Discord. We start talking normally, then they just like randomly send me a selfie, which was like pretty normal. But they looked really, really similar to my ex. And so I thought maybe someone just like is messing with me, potentially. Anyways, so we keep talking. And I am convinced that they're just like a dude scamming guys on Twitch, pretending that they're a woman on OnlyFans. Okay. So that's where I was at for like the full first day I was talking to them. And so I'm basically just like wasting their time thinking it's like kind of funny. And so they're sending me like really weird responses sometimes too. Like it was obvious they're putting in like basically no effort and sometimes just like straight up copy pasting responses that they've already sent me. It was just really fucking weird. Okay. So, at some point I was just like, and they were the ones, remember, to tell me without me asking that they mostly play League of Legends and Dead by Daylight. Okay. That's just weird. It's weird they know that information or just play the exact same games that I do. and to bring that up of their own volition, right? So for me, like the only way for me to know if this is like an AI or a bot or like a real person who is the person that they're saying is to get this person on a call playing the game that they say that they play. And I can't think of another way. And even then, you could still argue like, okay, maybe they're using like an AI voice changer, which sounds pretty natural, or they just have you talk to like an AI bot, which I feel like to me would be pretty obvious, but to some people maybe not. But that's just because like I'm familiar with how they work. So anyways, so they agreed. They're like, okay, let's do it. And then I was like, all right, what time? And I figured they wouldn't be able to like give me a time if they were a bot or an AI, because, or they would say no. Okay, they would just be like, no, I can't do that because, you know, it's a fucking bot. So, but they said yes, which actually kind of shocked me. And I was like, oh, they'll probably just flake at the last second then. Okay, and then say it was something else. So that was supposed to be on Saturday. Okay, so Saturday at the designated time rolls around, and I'm like, I'm sure they're not going to show up. Lo and behold, time rolls around, they're not there. Okay, and so it at the time, like at the exact time, I was like, hey, ready to go when you are. Okay. And so they messaged me back like a few minutes later, and they're like, oh, sorry, I was lagging, which I don't know what that has to do with being late, but they said I was lagging, and I'll be there in a second. Are you still down? And I was like, yes, call me when you're ready. Fully expecting them not to call, okay? Because they're probably not capable of calling on Discord if it's a bot, which was my top suspicion at the time. So at that point, I'm thinking it's probably a bot, because they're like copy pasting messages that they've already sent me. Like clearly they're not like fully reading what I'm sending, or they're putting in like the absolute minimum effort. Okay. Lagging IRL. Yes, lagging IRL is what I was thinking. Like it's a bot, like actually just lagging IRL and glitching the fuck out. Okay. Which they actually said a few messages later, by the way, that something was glitching on their end, because I said they're copy pasting messages later. Okay. Anyways, so they kept saying to me that they're going to call. And also, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but they sent me a voice message, which was weird. The voice message sounded AI. It really sounded AI, okay? So the voice message itself was like 4 seconds, and it was like, I'm gonna do my best here, but the voice message was like, hey, it's Sidale. Can't wait to hear your laugh later. But it was like super like breathy, and but the audio was like very clear, you know? Like they had a good mic, or they were an AI, you know, more likely AI, right? Trev, hi Trev. What the fuck is up, chat? What's up? Oh, what's up? How you doing, Trev? How's your day? I'm talking about my OnlyFans interaction, okay? Which there's more. This is ongoing. Are we trying to figure out if Dale got by a bot? I still have to finish the story, because I was convinced, okay? Last time I talked to Trev, and I also talked to Gopal a little bit about it. On Sunday or Saturday, when the date was going to happen, I was like 90% sure that this was a bot, and they were just like trying to scam me, okay? Or that it was like some other person pretending to be a different person, like an attractive OnlyFans person, okay? That was my position on Saturday. Now I'm fucking lost, dude. Okay. So that's what's going on Saturday, is she was supposed to call, and then she sends me a voice message afterwards. It's been like 10 minutes at this point, like 10 minutes past. She says she's messaged me, says she's gonna call in a second. Doesn't call for like another 10 minutes. So now it's like 20 minutes past the time we were supposed to start. And I was like, are you gonna call? I just like straight up was like, are you gonna call or not? And so they sent me a voice message. And this one sounded a little more natural. Like there was like noises in the background, like a couple noises I noticed. And I was like, huh, okay. So it's not like totally perfect, but it was still like really flirty and breathy. Okay. So she was like, okay, I'm calling right now. Don't get too excited. And like weird, right? But more natural, okay? And so still at this point though, I'm like, yeah, you're definitely a bot, okay? And then so a little bit later, she says, no, like I'm calling now. And then so I said, no, you're I think I responded with something like, no, you're not. You're not calling. And then so at 30 minutes, I was like, okay, so we scheduled this time. You've wasted both of our times now. So I was like, so I'm gonna stop talking to you. Like that was it. Because at that point I was totally convinced that this person was a bot, okay? That was it, you know, we're done, case closed. We're moving on. So then afterwards, I did another test too, because I called her out for copy pasting right before this. She copy and pasted a message that she had already sent, like a string of messages, not just one message, but 3 separate messages that she had sent together. She did it again. Normal people don't do that, you know? So I was 100% sure she was a bot, okay? I went from 90% to 100% sure. So I was like, you're copy pasting messages, so like you're not a human. And you know, you can't call. And then so they're like, oh no, like I'm just really nervous. What if she's like your biggest fan and is really nervous to meet the side hill? Dude, okay, that was a thought I said earlier, but I had all of these different like theories when it first started of what was going on, okay? That was one of my theories. I thought maybe she is a viewer of the stream and is real and just like freaky. Like this is just like not, they're just like trying to get personal info or like trying to be closer to me, and they think like this is maybe a way to do it. I don't know, but that was one of my theories, was like maybe it's like someone who watches and is just, this is just really creepy, like doing something creepy. That was one thing I considered at the start, which it might still be the case, I'm not sure. But yeah, you know, I don't know. Like you're saying that sarcastically, but I think it could be someone who just weird. I don't know. Anyway. I still maintain it's Trev. The fuck is up, Chad? Congrats to your brother, by the way. 5 stream streak. Thank you. 5 streamer. Up there with Sage. Nice. Sage is also on a 5 stream streaker. Get nervous when talking to other streamers. I still get a little nervous before joining call with me? No. I mean, I know we have that type of relationship, so makes sense. I still get butterflies too, Trev. No, but in reality, I don't. I don't think I get nervous for... I don't get nervous for calls with Trev. I'm at the point now where I'm totally comfy with Trev. But like if I was gonna, like for example, if I was gonna hop into a group of... actually no. I was gonna say like joining like Ali's group the other day. I was gonna say that made me nervous, but then I was like, actually that didn't make me nervous now that I think about it. I think the first time it did, because you know I didn't know anybody. First time it did. Social anxiety. I have social anxiety in specific situations, but I feel like I get comfortable pretty fast. Get nervous with Trev, that's why I try hard in DBD. I just accept that Trev's better than me and he will always be better than me at DBD. And that just gives me comfort. not judging your every movement, I promise. Just most of them. Yeah. You know what, Trev? If you ever notice I'm doing something fucking stupid, I hope you point it out. Like, if I do something stupid, you can just tell me it's stupid. Because I'm not the type to get mad at that. I'll be like, oh, nice, thank you. I'll be, nah, now I won't do that. Like, I feel like some people get upset with constructive criticism, but me, I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Now I can not do that, and then the next person who watches, who I want to impress, then I won't do that, and they'll be impressed. It is the DVD content creator of the year. You got to bring your A game. That's true. Specific strain of social anxiety starting conversations. Once I get it going, I'm fine. Joining calls is always a tad stressful. Interesting. I think for me, it's usually only the first time when I meet someone. Like if it's just a normal person, if it's the first time I'm talking to them, I get nervous. Or if I haven't seen the person and so it feels like a first time I'm talking to them, like in years, then I'll get a little bit nervous. I think the worst is if it's like someone I'm interested in dating, then it's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh, fuck, dude. If I'm interested in dating someone and I talk to them for the first time, second time, third time, fourth time, fifth time, and it still feels like newish and like I'm trying to make an impression. Oh boy, that's brutal. I used to be a lot worse. Like in high school, if I was interested in dating someone and I like went to talk to them, I would legitimately start dripping sweat everywhere. Like it was disgusting, man. Head, body, I would just start sweating. I remember one girl came into a class of mine and I had a huge crush on her, and she comes in, she like walks in the room, and I immediately start sweating, like just absolute dripping in an air-conditioned classroom. Like it was not hot at all. So it's extremely weird to be dripping sweat, okay? And we were like kind of friends too. And so she comes up to me and says, oh, hey, Dale, and goes in for a hug. And I smelled so bad at that point because I was just dripping sweat. She hadn't talked to me the whole time, man. But it didn't matter. I was just sweating my ass off with just the thought of like her coming up to me or having to interact with her in some way. Anyways, yeah, I still remember that because I just remember being like, God, I'm like sweating so bad. I'm way better now. But, oh man, it's still bad, just like not to that extent, you know? Like now what happens if I'm like really interested in someone is I'll shake. Like I'll shake a bit. But I can usually hide it by like keeping my hands under the table or something. Yeah. So usually like if I'm going on a first date, I'll do something where I don't have to use my hands that much. And I'll just hide my hands. Like and I'll like intentionally not have a lot of like interaction with touch. And that's about it. Then on the second date, like usually it's a bit better. Then I'm chilling. But it also depends on like how much I want to impress the person too. I think that's as bad as it gets for me. I feel it on a spiritual level. Wait, do you also... Wait, Gopal, do you also get nervous for like any call you get into? Like even if we were gonna go into a call to play like DVD, just you and me, you start talking to me, I'm totally fine. Cool as a cucumber. Your cucumber's pretty hot, but it's me who has to start the conversation. There's like a 50% but if it's you who has to start the conversation, there's like a 50% chance it doesn't happen. Okay, that's weird. Why? Do you know why? Do you know why that is? Sounds like we need to start a podcast. Wow, wait. Copper, you're also like this? What? Is it the same reason? Whole podcast is silence because none of us wants to start the conversation. That's hilarious. 3 gamers breathing into their mic with no background noise. Oh, dude, that'd be great. Be great. Just hear a bunch of like. It's like listening to someone with sleep apnea. Prepare yourself, Joe Rogan. We're coming. Oh, absolutely. Shaking under the table is a bold strategy. Okay, look, I'm not like jorking it. It's just my hands are like, they'll be like that. You know what I mean? So like if I was to take my hands out from under the table, okay, and like pick up like a cup, or like if we were at a restaurant and I'm eating soup, the soup probably is gonna fall all over the fucking place before it gets to my mouth. Which would be weird. Like if I was on a date with someone and saw that, I'd be like, oh, like that's cute, but you don't want to be on a date and then the girl is saying, oh, like, oh, that's cute, you know? If I like someone, I make far more jokes than I should to showcase my A1 sense of humor. I know that, Go Paul. Yep, I've picked up on that. I've seen that in action multiple times. I am not shitting you. I genuinely take a deep breath every time before I join a call with us. What? Now I'm going to point that out and it'll make you slightly more nervous. Or it'll completely take it away. I don't know which. It'll go one way or the other. No clue. My dad's the same way, so I blame him. Damn. Generational trauma. Break the cycle. No, with you, it's easy because we've gotten on calls for years. It's been years since we've been on calls in Discord gaming together. Get anxious. Yeah. You took the time to power your WhatsApp. Yeah, honestly, a lot of times you come in and say WhatsApp. Or I'll say it. One of us will say it. It's a classic. It's a call I'm less comfortable in. Sometimes I'll smack myself a few times just to get myself hyped. Dude, that's... Wow. Sometimes I'll just yell. I just remember... This is what I think happens when Trev's about to join call. He's just like sitting there. He's looking at Discord. Just like hovering over the call button. And he just goes, ah! And then clicks call. Like nothing happened. Like goes from like a super intense moment to just like, hey guys, what's up? I do that. I do that like I feel like I'll do that before an interview or something, just to get the jitters out. I have to be really nervous to like do a yell, like that one stream where I was IRL and I was having to go up to people. That was when I felt like I wanted to do it. Like I remember saying I should bring a pillow because I need to like scream into something. And there was definitely times where I really wish I would have brought a pillow. That's just how it sounds. Damn. Cured. Call me Pfizer. You've been vaccinated. But it usually takes me a few minutes to decide if I even want to join call, depending on who's there. I guess it depends on the friend group. Yeah. I don't know. In my old friend group, I would like look at the people and call. And there was definitely times where I was like, yeah, a lot of these people I really don't enjoy talking to. And I just wouldn't join call. I don't have that problem anymore though. Left the friend group. Left that one. Now I pretty much only talk to people I like now. It's great. I don't think I talk to anyone I don't like. It's actually pretty awesome. Another few minutes to get hyped up enough to actually join, then boom. Okay, is it just me? Oh, okay, never mind. One of my lights went out. I was like, thought I was going crazy because there's a... Just went back on. I like turned around at one point because I thought I saw it flashing, and then I turned around, it was on. Then it happened again. Oh, it's still on. Anyways, thought I was going crazy for a second. I turned around just now and it was off. Okay, great. With the old group, if Dale wasn't in the call, I didn't join. I remember Gopal told me that in the old friend group that we were both in. He was like, yeah, there just came a time where like if you weren't in there, I just didn't join because like no one treats me like a person in that friend group. Very representative of the friend group as a whole, honestly. But I mean, there's definitely people in there that I like as individuals and love interacting with. But there's also a big chunk of them that are just painful to talk to, for sure. I'll charge one up. You're gonna charge one up for us? Back shots for everybody. Hell yeah, cha-ching. Okay, finishing the OnlyFans story. Where was I at? Okay, so the date was supposed to happen on Saturday. She kept saying she would call for like half an hour until at half an hour, I cut it off. And I was like, okay, that light flickering is really bothering me. Anyways, so half an hour, I'm like, okay, I'm done talking to you. You've now wasted my time. We set a time to hang out. It's messed up that we set this time. And then you didn't call, and then also pretended like you were going to call for the next half hour to further waste both of our times. And so this is it. I'm done talking to you. I'm not going to message you anymore. If you want to call me right now, we can still talk, but otherwise, you know, this is it. Okay. And so she says that, hold on, you know what? Let me just go to it. Let me just go to it. Because I don't remember it exactly, and I kind of want to remember it exactly because it was kind of funny. What day? Hold on. What was the date on Sunday? Sunday was, or Saturday. Saturday was the 20th. There's a lot of messages, a lot. So it's gonna take me a second. Oh, this was another thing that I just missed. She did the classic, like, hey, I'm looking for someone to collab with. And so, acting dumb, I was just like, what do you mean by collab? And then she says, well, you seem perfect for it. Someone to collab with on my page. Want to help me out? And so I responded and I said, despite not knowing me, where I live, or what I look like, you think I'm perfect for a collab. And she says, okay, you got me there. Like, what? What? But also sent a crying, laughing face with that, by the way. She says, okay, you got me there. And then follows it with, I just have a good feeling about you. IDK, it's just vibes. And so I said, okay, what do you mean by collab again? And then she said, like making content together. You know, like fun stuff. And I said, what's fun? Then she says, like, you know, stuff I normally wouldn't do with just anyone. And then I said, I don't know what that means. And I said, do you still want to play games? Anyways, so she said, yeah, I still want to voice chat later. Okay, so I missed that part. Then she invited me to her OnlyFans after that, again. Oh yeah, so okay, so actually, you know what, I'm just gonna keep going from, do you want to play games later? So she said, I was just messing around earlier after she said, you know, do you want to create content? Do you want to collab? And then said, I said, do you still want to like voice chat together and play games? And she goes, yeah, I still want to VC and play later, but I was just messing around earlier. Okay. All right. And then I said, messing around with what? A lot of this is just me acting dumb. Okay. And then I forgot that I had scheduled a reservation for dinner at that time. And so I said, would you be down to do later? I said, I'm taking my dad out for Father's Day dinner. This was on Saturday, so it wasn't actually Father's Day. And she responds with, is it weird if I ask you something spicy? This is like the third time she sent me that exact same question. And I just sent back question marks. And I said, okay, you're a bot. And I said, did you read the message I sent? And then so she says, no, I'm real, I swear. And then says, and this was also copy pasted, kind of want to show you some stuff, but here isn't the safest place, lol. I feel way more comfy on OnlyFans, trust me. And then I just responded, lol. And I said, answer the question I asked from earlier, because I was like, this is like a gotcha. Like, this will 100% tell me, okay, if it was a bot and she's just responding to my most recent message, the bot won't be able to go back up, like parse through the messages, pick out the one that I'm referencing like a human would, and then respond to that question. But then she does. And that fucking bamboozled me, man. It was just a silly little sass. Dude, that's what I was thinking. When she was like, I was just messing around. It's like, what? It's like, huh? And then when she's like, collab too, and then I'm like, so you don't know me, don't know what I look like, don't know where I live, I don't know where you live, but you think I'm perfect for a collab? And then she just goes, you got me. Dude, I lost it. I was laughing so fucking hard. I was like, what? How does that happen, bro? Like, I felt like that was bot behavior too. Like a bot just being like, you got me. I feel like I could see ChatGPT being like, okay, like cat's out of the bag. You know what I mean? But dude, that made me laugh so hard. Also, that sounds so, dude, that's what I'm saying. It sounds so ChatGPT. Like, just being like, you got me, with a crying emoji. Sounds so ChatGPT. So I was like, I started at 90%. At that point, I'm at 95. And then it got to 100, like, very shortly after that, right? But then, when I gave her, like, the test of answer the question I asked, I don't say what question I asked. Like, ChatGPT, I don't think would be able to parse through the things that I had asked before, pick the one I'm referencing, just like intuitively, and then responded to it. But she does. And again, does the classic, okay, you got me there again. And then it goes, I was just being silly. So I'm like, okay, yeah, this is definitely bot. But then says, oh yeah, but then that time works for me too. And then says, hope you have fun with your dad. And I said, I am so lost. I'll talk to you later. And then she says, hey, sorry I got distracted. This wasn't like later. This is like 2 minutes later. So she says, hey, sorry I got distracted, lol. By what? What are you getting distracted by? So then I'm like, okay, what? This is definitely a bot. Makes no sense. Anyways, so then, you know, I say ready when you are. So this is now time for us to meet, okay? And that's when she goes, I was lagging earlier. And it says, I'm ready now. You still down? And I said, yep, call me when you're ready. And so I'm sure she's a bot, okay? So I'm like, she's not gonna call. So she says, OMG, okay, calling you right now. Does not call. And then so like 5 minutes later, I said, do you need more time to find the call button? And then she says, oh yeah, I know. I got caught up in my own head, but I'm here now. And so I'm thinking, where? You know, I'm thinking fucking, where are you? And then so I said, okay, are you gonna call then? And this again was like a few minutes later. That's when she sends me the voice message, which I wonder if you guys can hear it. Okay, I don't think you guys can hear it, but she goes, okay, calling you now, don't get too excited, and then laughs. And again, it's like breathy and flirty, okay? but there's like some background noise in it too, which makes me think, huh, it's not like totally perfect. But I'm still thinking she's a bot. Still fully convinced. So then a few minutes after she sends the stupid voice message, I'm like, I'm still waiting. I'm going to give you a few more minutes. And then I said, I'm getting the sense that you're not calling at this point, since it's 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes after. And then says, okay, I'm calling for real this time. Still doesn't call. Okay. So I said, stop messaging and call. And then at 30 minutes, that's when I was like, okay, it's over. I'm not going to engage anymore. I'm not going to message you any further. And then it says, wait, no. She says, don't leave. I swear I'm real and I just got nervous. Okay. And I said, either call or do not call. I'm not responding anymore. I said, you've already made me wait 30 minutes. And then they said, okay, I get it. I messed up. But like, can we start over? And in my head, I was like, oh. And then they said, I promise I'll actually call this time. No games. I said, like I said, you can either call or not, like we planned. And I said, either way, I'm not going to keep messaging you. And then they said, okay, how was dinner with Dad? Hope it was nice. And I responded, lol. And then they said, LOL, okay, I guess you don't want to talk anymore. And I said, no. I said, you intentionally wasted my time, and that's not cool. And then they said, I'm not trying to waste your time. I just got nervous. I said, okay, if you're actually sorry. So I am like really reaching here for benefit of the doubt. And I'm like on the 1% chance that this person is real because of that bamboozle from earlier. Okay. Where I asked them to reference a question. So I did a bot test and they passed. I was like, okay, if you're actually sorry, I said, what are you going to do about it? I said, it's still not cool that we set a time and you didn't show up, and then pretended to, pretended that you would for 30 minutes, that you'd still call. And they said, okay, I know I messed up really bad and I feel really bad about it. What can I do? And I was like, okay. And then I said, you can schedule a different time and then actually show up on time. Because this is the only way I can confirm, is if they join the call and then also play the game. I feel like that'd be really difficult for where AI is at right now to do. I don't think an AI would be capable of giving me like a real Steam username, playing Dead by Daylight, and communicating things in real time. I think that's like just too far of a stretch. I hope she joins chat, to be honest. That would be, it really would. I feel like if she did join, I don't think she would say, I don't think she would say anything. I think she would just watch and be like a little stalker. Dude, I should send her a CAPTCHA and then tell her to send me a screenshot. Can you send me a screenshot of passing this test? That'd be hilarious, man. She'd link her only, honestly. Okay, but this is where it gets weird too, okay? So we're not even at the part where it gets weirder. Ironically, being willing to play DBD is how I determine that someone is a bot. All right, Kirk. All right. All right, Kirk. I had a thought about Cork earlier before I started streaming, and I made a prediction that Cork would say something, but now I don't remember what the fucking prediction was. Okay, I can't with this light anymore. One second. I gotta fucking figure out why this light's flickering. 1 second. Oh, you're thinking of me. Oh, yeah, it was. I don't know why I said "daw." Like, anyways, I am bot. I am also one. Yep. Won't hold it against you. Yeah. I don't. Ooh, I just realized that the text is kind of hard to read. Like the live chat on stream, kind of hard to read when it's white on that like tan color, beige. I'll have to change that. Anyways, so it gets weirder because she says, okay, how about tomorrow at 7? And then says, I'll set 3 alarms this time. So if this was a person, I'm imagining what actually happened is they forgot that they set a time because they're talking to, like, I don't know, probably a bunch of people trying to promote an OnlyFans account, whether it's them or not. And they just forgot. They just forgot to meet. And then when it was time to meet, they either really did get nervous or weren't ready, didn't feel like they were ready, and so just didn't want to. But wanted to just like somehow keep it going. I don't know. Again, I'm giving a lot of benefit of the doubt here, and they do not deserve it. Okay? They do not deserve it. So this OnlyFans person says they'll set 3 alarms, and I was like, I'm busy tomorrow, can't do tomorrow. And I was like, how about Tuesday at 8? All right. And then they said, I will be there early, even. I'll be on before you log on. I swear I'm going to be there. And I said, all right, I'll believe you. And then I said, also, the dinner with Dad was great. And they said, oh, I'm glad the dinner's good. And then we just started talking normally. And it was really strange because the next day, from like the time I got up, which was, I don't know, like 8 a.m., they messaged me pretty much the whole day, nonstop, at varying intervals, okay? And I was trying to test like the whole day, okay? Didn't say anything about their OnlyFans, didn't flirt, didn't say anything sexual, just a normal conversation, just totally normal. No bot vibes, there wasn't copy pasting messages, and I was so lost. So now I'm like actually just like mind fucked. They told me, I asked them what they were studying in college, and they also told me psychology, which again I was like, are you just saying that because my username's Sidale? Which they conveniently ignored that question, by the way. So I mean, that was the only weird part about the whole conversation. We talked the whole day, and I didn't get any weird inkling of bot behavior. Okay, so that's what happened yesterday, and so now I'm like, okay, I don't know if this person is real or if they're fake anymore. I'm just genuinely confused. Today I wake up, and so this is how it ended. Okay, so I say this to everyone. This is not like a flirty thing for me. I said, have a good night, sleep well. Okay, that's how I ended the conversation. I said I was going to bed, and I said, have a good night, sleep well. She said, hope you sleep well too. Talk to you Tuesday, which is when we said we would, hang out. Okay. And that hadn't been mentioned for a long time. So if it was a bot, it'd be weird for it to mention it. Like, I don't think it would be able to. I don't think it'd be capable to. Anyway, so then in the morning, she says, don't leave me hanging like that now, with a frowny face. And so I'm thinking, I said goodnight. You said goodnight and talked to you Tuesday, and that's how it ended. What? Don't leave me hanging like that? I thought was that not part of the equation when I said goodnight and then you said goodnight and then you said talk to you was like sleeping? Was that not part of it? Normal chatbot things. Just a little bit of it about it. Doubt is a lot, yeah. What dating apps have become? No, Cork. Okay, so brief review of what happened. Someone reached out to me in someone else's stream, okay? On Twitch, they DM'd me, okay? I responded, and they started asking me like about the streamer. It was like a very specific conversation, okay? And I thought it was a normal conversation in the Twitch DMs, but I did think it was weird someone was Twitch DMing me because no one does that. And then they asked for my Discord because we played the same game. And they were interested in participating in like some sort of game night. And then so we started talking on Discord, and then that's when they started pushing their OnlyFans, and I thought it was like crazy bot behavior the whole time. Okay. And so basically the whole time I'm just like engaging to waste their time. But then it gets to a point where they say that they're going to talk with me in voice chat and play Dead by Daylight. And I'm like, there's no way a bot can do that. So they would never agree to this. Or they'll agree and then not show up, okay? Anyways, so they agreed the first time and didn't show up. And it was very obvious to me that before then it was bot behavior. But then the next day they talked to me all day and it's normal conversation. And I'm not getting any weird vibes. Like no bot tests are being failed, okay? The next day. So after yesterday, like when I was going to bed, my top theory was this is a real person, but they're not who they say they are. There's someone else who is trying to promote an OnlyFans account, whether or not it's them. I don't think it's the person. I think they're probably a different person. Like it could be a dude. I'm pretty sure it could be. But yeah, that's wrapping. That's like a review so far. Keeps trying to make plans and not showing. No, it's happened once. They've made a second plan, and that's supposed to be on Tuesday. Is today fucking Tuesday? No, tomorrow. Hanging on the OnlyFans? You got signed up. That's the thing though, is I told them, it was one of my first messages. Whenever they brought up the OnlyFans, right after that, I was like, I don't have an OnlyFans account. I am not going to subscribe to your OnlyFans ever. So I was like, I'm just letting you know that right away. Yeah, that was like the first thing I did. That's 100%, 110% cool. Oh, yes. As he's explaining it. Oh, well, ripcord. Maybe it's like an OSRS bot. So it bots until something tips off that the person it's speaking is suspicion, alerts the user to step in and quell the doubts. Ooh. That could be it, honestly. And I wonder if they did that and then now I've been flagged as like, I don't know. Anyways, so the next day, right, which is today, they say that weird thing in the morning and say, don't leave me hanging. And suspiciously, it's almost exactly 8 hours from when they said their last message, which was talk to you Tuesday. Okay. And then so I went back and checked the 2 days before, and they had done the same thing, kind of. It was a different message. But it was similar to like, are you still there, pretty much. Okay. And both days, it was like almost 8 hours. Like just a tad bit after 8 hours, both times. Okay. So I was like, is this an automated thing that you send out? I'm guessing. I was like, just making sure you don't actually think that. And I already knew that it was like some sort of automated thing. And they said, no, I was just messing with you. I don't do automated stuff. That's so lame. And so I sent them back like the Pepe sus emoji. And I was like, so you just happened to send a message if I don't respond exactly 8 hours every time, huh? And I said, you can be honest. I will not be upset. And then they say, okay, fine, you got me, lol. The jig is up. And then they say, I do have a reminder set but it's not automated, I swear. I just didn't want to seem too needy. And I haven't responded to that because I just don't know what to fucking say. Because being too needy, that's bullshit. But it could be that they set a reminder at 8 hours, and that's why it's a little bit after 8 hours each time. Like, not exactly 8 hours, but like a little bit after 8 hours. So I was like, that could actually be true. And that would still line up with my top theory that they are a person that is promoting an OnlyFans account, like an actual person. But now I'm wondering if it's like what Copper said, where it's like a bot until it gets flagged. Like they're like, oh, are you a bot? And then they're like, no. Okay, we gotta get a real person in here. Gotta get a real person. Talk to him for a little bit. Okay, now go back to the bot. I'm wondering if that's what happens. Basically, it sounds like you have a date with a cute girl tomorrow and you can't believe it's no, I don't think that's it, Korg. I hope people don't dissect the way I message them to this extent. Yeah, no, I do this often, unfortunately. She'll follow up in 8 hours. Wait, actually, how long has it been? It's been over 4 hours. Oh, I wonder if it after midnight, like right after midnight, they send me another one. That'd be really funny. Really funny. Message them at 2 in the morning and say, sorry, I had a reminder set and I didn't want to seem needy. Ugh. Sorry, I was with another girl and didn't want to seem... Dude, it's just so weird. It's so weird. Anyways, so Korg, you bring up a good point that I should not be thinking, and I already knew this, but I should not be thinking about it to this extent. It's just weird because if this was like a few years ago or like several years ago before AI, I feel like I would have already known like whether it was a bot or not. But because of how advanced AI has gotten, like the chatbots have gotten, it makes me question like so many things. Like I question whether so many things are real or not nowadays. And so this one has really bamboozled me though, because there have been times where it's like, okay, this is very human, like all day yesterday. And there was a couple points like where at one time out of the blue, they started saying how like they really appreciate the conversation yesterday. Because they feel like a lot more comfortable talking to me at that point. And also they weren't promoting their OnlyFans like nonstop, like just not at all yesterday, just not a single time the whole day. But like the day before and the day before that, they probably sent it to me like 5 times a day through not a lot of messages. Okay. But that day when we were messaging all the time and I'm like really testing, nothing. So it just really fucking bamboozles me, man. But I'm not going to actually know until tomorrow. Tomorrow, if the time rolls around and they don't call, that's the easy answer. Like if there's like another, hey, I got nervous, or like, hey, I can't because of this reason, then we'll know for sure. I think that's the only way I will know for sure if this is like an actual person that is real, not bullshitting some things that they have said, like playing DVD, and that they like have a DVD account even, that it's not a dude. It could still be a dude using an AI voice changer, but I feel like I would probably be able to pick up on a voice changer because those aren't very good still. And they won't do certain things. Like if I start talking and the other person, like if I'm talking to an AI voice thing, if they're talking and I interrupt them, they'll immediately stop. They'll just stop talking right away. Whereas if it was like a natural conversation, you know what I mean? they're gonna like keep talking for a bit and we'll be talking over each other. Like there are things like that where I'll know, you know, pretty much right away. If it's a bot or not. Plus it'll like sound too clean. It'll be like it's, you know, I will know. There's like a lot of ways to tell still. So I'm not gonna know until tomorrow. But even still, like imagine, I don't imagine there's an AI bot that is capable of playing Dead by Daylight and being able to communicate things that are happening in real time in the game and responding to things that are happening real time in the game and also having a conversation with someone else, you know? So I feel like that's the only way I can be 100% sure. But what I'm thinking is going to happen is tomorrow's going to roll around and then they're going to flake somehow again. I think that's what's going to happen. That's what I'm putting my nuts on. What do you guys think? Are you guys of the mindset? What is the top theory for you guys? Who thinks it's a bot? Who thinks it's a real person promoting an only? I don't know. I thought I knew, but now I think there are like 4 or 5 possibilities. And I still think there's a slim chance that it's like a Twitch viewer that knows me that is just being very creepy. But I don't think that's it, because I think if it was a person like that, they would be asking for personal info. That's another thing that's throwing me off, is they've never asked me for like personal info. They haven't asked me where I live, haven't asked me for like banking info. They haven't asked me for like, I don't know, anything personal. They've never asked me for like personal information in any capacity, which I feel like, you know, her devotion, you shouldn't ask her what devotion level she is. Honestly, the devotion of the conversation yesterday was crazy. Because I was like, even if, okay, so if this is a real person, right? This is another thing. There's so many things that are just like throwing me off about this whole interaction. If this is a real person and they're getting paid to promote someone's OnlyFans, whether it's them or not, and I told them no very clearly at the start that I would never, and then they decide to just have a normal conversation pretty much the whole day. That's a lot of work. Like I messaged them from like 8 in the morning until like almost midnight, like just throughout the day. It's kind of crazy. +2 to bot. How big is the OF account? I actually don't know. Let me look. I remember looking at it and thinking, I don't know if this is real or fake either. Like I didn't know if the account was real or fake, because I don't know what like an actual OnlyFans account looks like. I've never been on there. Let me look. Let me look. Okay, this is weird. This is weird. One second. Guys, I might have some crazy info for you right now. Hold on. Fuck. Damn, for a second I thought they might be in chat, because it said when I opened their page that they were on like 10 minutes ago. And then when I opened the page, it said they were online right now. Like after like a second of being on there, I was like, wait, did they just go on at the same time? I was convinced for a second that they might be in the chat, but they're not in the chat. Damn. I thought I had something there. Yeah, see, I don't know if these numbers are real. Yeah, like, I mean, it says they have 32,000 likes. I don't know what that means though. And I don't know if that's a big number or a small number. I don't know if the like number is real or if that's something that they put on there. Because again, I've never seen an OnlyFans account, so I don't know like what I'm supposed to be looking for. And they have like 50 posts. There's definitely a world where this is GoPal on an alt account just trolling you. Someone said to me it might be like a friend trolling, but I don't think so. And if it was a friend trolling, it'd just be really weird because they sent me like lewd photos of another person. And for someone to do that, it's like just kind of like a shitty thing to do. So I don't think one of my friends would do that. It would just be really strange. It'd be really weird. Person who is hired. I did consider that though, Cork. I think it might be a real person, but a person who is hired by the OF count owner. That was my leading theory, was that this is a hired person. Because I know because of like Amaranth has kind of described her business model before. I know she has people she pays to message on OnlyFans who are acting like her or responding as if they were her. So I know that's a thing. So that's, I was thinking that's probably the case. Yeah, hire people in lower socioeconomic. Yeah. That's what I was thinking it was. Probably a dude who was hired to pretend to be. That is my theory. That is my top theory. Actually, yeah, that is my top theory right now. That's where I've been at for like a couple days. That's what I think is most likely, but I think there's a lot of possibilities. I'm wondering if there's a person behind the bot that maybe wanted someone to talk to, but there's definitely a bot there. That could also be it. I don't know. I didn't consider that though. I didn't consider that it could be a bot until the bot flags that the person's suspicious and then a real person jumps in. I didn't think about that. That's fucked, dude. That's so fucked. I totally forgot that that's a thing until Copper brought it up. Come on, don't leave me hanging after saying they'd talk to you on Tuesday as bot people. I know. It's just weird because the whole day prior, they weren't. And then when I call them out and I'm like, yeah, like exactly 8 hours, they just go, you got me, you know? They're just like, nah, you got me, but it wasn't automated. Like I just set a reminder. But I would think that they would usually only have the hired people do that for paying customers. That's the other thing is I was like, I'm not paying. And I made it so obvious that I'm not going to ever pay. Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, it's been several days at this point. It's been like 3 or 4 days. And they're still talking to me and not trying to promote their OnlyFans at this point. Like, even if they were a hired person, I feel like would just feel like they're wasting their time. And if they're a hired person, I feel like they probably get some sort of kickback from like converting people to actual clients. You know what I mean? So like they would just be really committed to just like wasting my time, or like Trev said, they want someone to talk to. Like the person that comes in wants someone to talk to. I don't know, but I am like so invested at this point. I started off like just not giving a fuck and like just trolling them a lot. But now I'm invested because I'm just genuinely confused and I want to get to the bottom of it. Like I want to know how complicated this bot system is. Even at this point, even if this is a real person, there's still a bot on it. I thought about that too. I was like, if this is a real person, like they are just like straight up, they do not give a fuck, and they're just copy pasting some of the messages that they've already sent. They stopped doing that though. But they were doing that early on, which is partially why I was so sure earlier that it was a bot. Real talk to me for more than a couple hours, that's all I would need to know that it's fake. I mean, immediately, well, at first when they messaged me, I didn't know what gender they were on Twitch. But then when they friended me, then I was like, oh, okay, well, this is a girl. And then when they sent me a picture, like after 10 or so back and forth, just like a normal selfie, I was like, oh, this is probably like someone trying to sell an OnlyFans. But even the approach was weird. I don't know. Even the approach of being on Twitch and DMing on Twitch. I've never heard of a Twitch bot that DMs. I've never had a Twitch bot DM me. I don't think. Maybe I have, actually. But it's never been as complicated and specific as being in someone's stream, them talking about the stream that we're both supposedly watching, and the game that's being done. I don't know, man. DM you saying, why are you spelling our D on dude, imagine. I checked and I just saw I had a DM and I was like, whew. But luckily it was just from a friend. Could be a combination of a bot and a real person, because it might be a real person using a bot to advise them about what to say. It could be. I think that's a possibility. I don't think that is as strong as it being like a real person who is sometimes using a bot, though. I feel like that one is really getting me. Because that's what feels right, is that it was a bot, then it wasn't, and then it was again. It'd be cool to record some of this in order to make a journalistic video about it. Dude, if this turns out to be a bot, I'm straight up going to go searching for more bots like this, because it's crazy. If this person ends up being a bot, I already question so many things, like the realness of so many things because of AI and like ChatGPT and how complicated they've gotten. This will absolutely fuck me, dude. I will be questioning things nonstop. The Discord bot situation is crazy. Go Paul said it was me doing it. It's Trev. Your friends are less weird than some of mine, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's weird to... I think like it would be a haha funny prank maybe to like pretend that you're a girl flirting with one of your guy friends. I still think that's weird to do, just that by itself. But to pretend that you're like a real person and then send like explicit photos of a real person to one of your guy friends, creating an OnlyFans too, which then they would have to like pay for maybe. I feel like that's like really like immoral. Like not just weird at that point, it's also like immoral. So if it was a friend, I'd be just like really disappointed in that friend. Does she type with proper grammar, spelling, and capitalization? No. No. But they also have a very specific way of typing. So it's, you know, it's not perfect grammar, but they type perfectly with the style that they use. So like instead of spelling out U fully, it's always just the letter U. I actually kind of want to check to see if they've ever said U. No, they've always used the letter U. they use like very chat GPT emojis. And it's like usually the same ones. A lot of times when they say a word like hey, they'll add another Y to the end to be like hey, or like okay, like just adding more letters to the first word, and it's very consistent. Or like no with extra O's, and there's like no punctuation a lot of times. Like there's never apostrophes, I feel like. I'm just like scrolling through. There's like certain things that are like very consistent. So like again, it could be a bot that's been prompted to talk in a specific way. I don't know. If so, it's obviously a bot for if they use perfect like grammar and stuff, but no, they don't. Oh, okay, well, now that I'm looking through more, like sometimes they don't use apostrophes, sometimes they do. Yeah, so like sometimes it varies a little bit too. Like it's very complicated. They're consistent, but it's weird. I've gotten Twitch messages from what I'm pretty sure are bots before, but I also never responded, so who knows? Yeah, usually I wouldn't respond because usually it's just blatantly obvious. But this person messaged me and said, saw you typing in this streamer's chat. You seem pretty chill. Which I feel like is kind of normal. I was already suspicious there. So I just said, thanks, who are you? Because I didn't see them chatting. So like right away I was suspicious, right? Then they start talking about the streamer. I was like, oh yeah, the streamer's cool. The streamer's really cool. I love watching them. I said, yeah, they're so entertaining. And then I was like, you know, you should hang out in the Discord. You like them. And then they said they weren't in there. So that's, anyways, it was like a very normal conversation on Twitch. Anyways, let me see if I got... Yeah, I've never gotten a Twitch DM that was... Yeah, I've never gotten a Twitch DM that was like a bot. It's only been like people that I only talk to on Twitch chats that like don't have my Discord that message me, and then we, you know, go from there. I don't know. Usually when I get a bot, it's through Discord. They'll like, and usually as someone who streams and has a Twitch link in their bio, you get a lot of like random friend requests from being in other streamers' Discords, because people will just go through and like friend request anyone who has like a Twitch thing in their bio. And like random messages, and usually it's like a person trying to sell their like shitty AI art. This one's new. I've never had like an OnlyFans bot, I don't think. Oh, so they aren't using ChatGPT, they're using Grok. Check if they've ever used XD, because that means they've never used XD. Like I said, they only use specific emojis, which are all iPhone emojis, like, or PC emojis. See, the very opening message is an immediate giveaway, because when you type in chats, you don't seem cool. Okay. Damn, they got Sidedale in the OnlyFans psyop. I'm invested, dude. Been getting friend requests from random female accounts on Discord at a rate of about 1 every 2 weeks for the past few months. I check for servers in common, and it's consistently either a large server or no servers in common. Then I click ignore. If you join some big Discord servers, then you might get some of these invites in order to, yeah. Yeah, that was the first thing I checked for, was if we had any in common, but we didn't because it started on Twitch. But I also get those too, Norse. I get, I get some that are like from female accounts, but it's usually super obvious, like in the first message, that it's a bot or they're trying to sell you something. This is the only one that has like genuinely bamboozled me. Even fake women aren't interested in me. No, it's because, Cork, you're probably not in like a bunch of not bigger streamers, but just streamers Discords. It happens, I think, a lot when you join one. Like the ones that I get them from the most is actually from a game called Colonist, which is the same as Settlers of Catan, if you know what that board game is. It's just the online version. I will get friend requests from people who are in that server or messages from people in that server. And they're usually trying to like sell you some bullshit or scam you. But if I ever join a person's, like a streamer's server, usually I'll get like a couple of bots. Yeah, you only bother, I'm pretty sure I've seen you say that before. That you only hang out in like small communities, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so tomorrow I'll update you guys. And I feel like at this point, that's the only way I can be sure of what's going on. My prediction for tomorrow is that the time comes and they act like they can't make it because of something. There will be some excuse for why they can't make it. And I'm guessing if I were to be like, okay, let's schedule another time, if I like kept doing that, then that would just happen in perpetuity, just forever. Okay? But I'm not gonna do that. Just next time's the last time. You've got to stream that. Fuck that, dude. Well, you know what? I think I might record it. I might record it and not say anything. And I don't feel bad about that. I don't. For a second, I was like, oh, it's kind of like fucked up. But you know what? No, it's not. No, it's not. Because they have lied to me several times already. They've like treated me as like not a person. They wasted my time the other day. So, I mean, hell, they lied to me this morning saying that, what did they say this morning? That don't leave me hanging like that. And then I say, is this automated? And they say, no, I'm just messing with you. I don't do automated stuff. Brother. And then saying it's a reminder, like, come on. I'm actually really curious. I kind of want to do what Gopal said would happen, which is wait 8 hours and see if she messages again. Because it has been 8 hours after I don't respond. Almost exactly, just a little bit after every time. I want to see if maybe they do it again. Like 8 hours after me not responding. And then their last message being, I just didn't want to seem too needy. If that were to be followed by another message that's like, so are you still there? Or something like that. That would just be really funny. That would just be like what would you say if, you know, the bot did that and then you're the human that has to follow up? Like they call in the human and you read the like past few messages and you have to decide what to respond. Like, what would you pull out of your ass? You know what I mean? I kind of want to do that. If they're chill, then you can just say what you were doing and then why and stop after that. When they're a bot, it'll be really fun when they're a bot. I like how you said if they're chill, you can say what you're doing. When they are a bot, it'll be funny. I agree. That's partially why I don't feel bad. I feel like if it's a human, part of me wants to keep recording just because I think it'll be funny to like play back like how weird the interaction is. And maybe show some people. Maybe I'll show it. I don't know. But then if it's a bot, like 100%, that'll be so funny. That'll just be great. I need to come up with more tests for tomorrow if they actually do. The thing is, I don't even think they're going to call tomorrow. I don't think they're going to call. Like I'm 80 to 90% sure they're not going to call tomorrow. So I'm not even really thinking of like tests that I'm going to do to see if they're like using a voice changer or if they're like an AI bot or something. The only ones I can really think of is like just listening to see if, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can just kind of listen for, I guess. But I don't have like tests I'm thinking of. I just have more of like a, there's too many weird things that are happening for this to be a real person. How many R's in the word strawberry? I've also seen that. That one was so funny. There's 2. Ask them a math question. They'll get a math question, right? They will, maybe they won't get the strawberry one wrong because I've seen the guy who says how many R's are in the word strawberry, and then I think at first they say 1 or something, and then they say 2, and then the person's like, no, there's 3 R's in strawberry, and then they like show them the word dude, that was so funny, that one. No, like a hard one that a normal person wouldn't get right. Oh, that's good. Like what's 13,054 times 700,030? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like a bot would just answer that. Like an AI would just answer that after a couple seconds. That's the other thing that I feel like will make it obvious is usually when people talk, like there's back and forth quick. I feel like with AI chatbots now that use voice, like they take a little bit of time to process what you said and then formulate their own response and then respond. Like it's not very natural. So I feel like it'll be really obvious. But if it's not, I kind of want to have some like things in my back pocket. You know? Either way, I'm like really excited. I'm really excited. I would even go a step further, like the square root of 7 divided. What is X? Oh my god. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. I'll have like a math equation and I'll just say it and then ask them what X is. And then if they give it like immediately, I'll be like, wow. I'll probably keep talking to it though, because I'll just be curious. Humans like to speak before they've thought about exactly. Like if I were going to ask a really simple question, an AI is still going to take a long time, like too long to figure out what to say. Whereas a person's just going to be like, they'll respond like immediately. Oh god, dude, I'm excited. I'm so excited. This is the most interesting thing in my life right now. Sadly. Sadly, that's the most interesting thing in my life that's going on. How's your guys' lives? What's the most exciting thing in your guys' lives? Do you guys think I should respond, by the way? Or do you think I should wait until the 8-hour mark hits to see if she sends another bot message? Ask them if Ram Ranch is good. If yes, they're chill. If no, definitely a bot. Ask them if they know about the 18 naked cowboys. Hi, do you know where the 18 naked cowboys reside? And do you know if that place really rocks? Perchance. If they actually join a VC with you, there's only one simple test. that matters at all. Dude, Cork just roasts me in the most brutal way all the time. Fucking got him. Dude, I'll be reading a Cork message and it starts out like so informative or just like normal. And then at the end, it's just like an absolutely brutal message. Like, you really had me in the first half. Just, yeah, if they actually join Avis, there's like a simple test. There's just like one simple test that really matters. I laugh at one of your jokes. I brought up Among Us, by the way, Copper. That's what I was inviting them to do. I was like, you know, we do a game night. Do you play Among Us? That was one of the games we talked about, and they're like, yeah, I love Among Us. And they said, yeah, I'd love to join, like, you and your friends if it's not weird having like a random person in there. And I was like, no. I was like, it's, you know, people from stream mostly. So a lot of times there's people that come, there's someone that comes in that like doesn't know everyone. It's like not unusual at all. It's just weird. I feel like a bot would be trained to not interact beyond the messaging, or maybe trained to get to a certain point, like say yes, and then when it's time to do it, like it can't do it and just flops, like kind of what happened the first time. So that's what that's what I'm thinking is going to happen tomorrow. Is it's going to get to that point, they're not going to call, and it's just going to flop for some reason. They'll give some explanation, and then we'll know for sure. Who said it? Who said it in the last Among Us game that someone was like, just vote out Dale? And honestly, I think that in some cases is just kind of correct. Because a lot of times I'm just third impostering anyways, so I'm just like helping out the imposters. Sometimes it's ironically, sometimes it's because just fucking wrong, I guess. Just stupid. And then other times I'm the imposter. So I feel like it's kind of a solid bet. Like if you just don't know what to do, when in doubt, vote me. But then too, sometimes I just vote myself and then I actually get voted out and I'm not the imposter and I get voted out for no reason. Just lame. It's gained sentience and now just wants to play games. Also, have you heard of OnlyFans? Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like it just all of a sudden the next day was like, hey, let's have a normal conversation. Let's talk about games. I'm going to talk about what I'm studying in school. Freakishly, it's psychology, which, you know, I did not pull from your username. I'm going to talk about some of the games that I like. I'm going to talk about my future plans after college. What I want to do with my degree. Just going to have a normal... I'm going to ask you about your life. I'm lost, dude. That yesterday is what really fucked me, dude. And then I got double fucked in the morning when I got the bot message of, don't leave me hanging like that after saying talk to you Tuesday. I would like to see questions that narrow down information about the hired help, such as what country they lived in and what their interests are. I would have to get them to the point... I would have to get them to the point that they admit that they are a hired help. And I asked them. I actually have asked them already. That was part of our conversation yesterday because I started asking about OnlyFans. I started asking about how long they've been doing it. I asked if they had anyone help them with it. If like simple questions like, do they enjoy it? Like, what's the hardest part about OnlyFans? Another thing I was thinking is like, if this is a real person, this would be so fucking awesome to have on stream for an interview. someone who is getting a psychology degree, interested in mental health, plays the same video games as me, and then also does OnlyFans. That would be so interesting. Like imagine this is a real person and I get them on stream. That's part of the reason why I've continued doing it too, is because I feel like on the slim chance that this is a real person and is the person they're portraying themselves as, imagine the content. Imagine having this as a person I'm interviewing on stream. Oh, fucking cinema. Fucking cinema, man. But yeah, I would have to get them to admit it. So one of the questions I asked them was, do they have anyone that helps them? Because again, like I saw the number, what was it, like 32,000 likes on their page. I don't know if that's a real number, right? So like maybe that is a big account, but it could not be. It could be a totally fake page. I don't know what I'm looking at. So maybe it's like successful, like maybe it's lucrative. And so I was asking questions like that as well. But they said they don't have any hired help and that it's all them. And so I think I followed that with like, that seems like a lot. And so I was trying to like get to, I was basically trying to ask, how do you like keep up with promoting, talking to me all day, as well as likely, you know, several other people, making the content. I don't know, but I mean, it's definitely a lot. I mean, just messaging me all day was a lot, you know? But then to also be in college getting a degree, you know? Seems like too much for one person. Yeah, I don't know. So a bit of research on these things could help allow you to out catfish the hired help if you want. Just an idea. That's what I was trying to do yesterday. That's all I was doing pretty much the whole day, was trying to get them, because yesterday it felt like a real person. So the whole time yesterday when I'm engaging this, I'm like doing little tests the whole day, trying to figure out, is this a real person in like a subtle way? And then also trying to see if they will say, yeah, I have people that help. I don't know. It's just hard because there are definitely times where they're totally bullshitting me 100%, whether it's them or the bot. And then like yesterday, there was times where it seemed like they were being like 100% honest. Like they would say something and then, I don't know. It's just a totally different feeling yesterday. Okay. I don't know how to put it. I'm trying to like look for a specific example. I don't know. I can't think of I can't see like a specific example. But, like here, for example, she says, I feel like I can actually talk to you without it being weird, because we had been talking for a while and it felt very natural. That day, only that day. And I said, yes, I am always more comfortable talking to people when they are more comfortable. Which, you know, most people are. So I said, so I'm glad that's mutual. And then they said, thank you. And then said, I really do feel more comfy talking to you now. I feel like a bot wouldn't feel the need to say that one more time. You know? I feel like only a person would be like, yes, no, I really do, because of like how it's gone the past couple days. I don't know. I could be just thinking about that too much. But there was things like that where it's like, I feel like a bot wouldn't do this. Definitely thought that. Thought what? We should get a jester role mod for Amogus, so when you get voted out, you win. Yeah, I was thinking there's a mod for a mod with a bunch of different roles, but that's really the only one that I care about. I think there's like a bunch of goofy Among Us roles that we could use that I feel like or whatever. The only thing that I would actually be interested in is having a jester role, because I feel like that adds a layer to the game that's actually interesting. Because then if someone seems suspicious, you'll have to like second guess yourself and be like, what, they could be trying to be suspicious. Like this could just be an obvious jester play. Or someone could place themselves at the scene. And then you'd be like, oh, were they just like gesturing? You know? I've definitely thought, oh, okay, I should just vote out Dale just because. He's probably not an imposter, but at this point, yeah, I feel like I've heard people say that before too. Where everyone decides, hey, let's vote this guy out. And then someone will just be like, you know what, if it's not him, I don't even feel bad because he was asking for it. And I'll be muted at that point, and I'll just be thinking, yeah. I'll just be like, yeah, that's fair. I do like the idea of having extra roles so people don't get just stuck with being just a crewmate through all the games. Even if it's stupid, it's something stupid to mess around with. Yeah. Like an example of, oi! Hello. Hello, Shamnus Creates. Am I saying it right? Shamnus Creates? Oi! That actually reminds me of my mother. My mom, a lot of times, will say oi to me instead of hi, and she'll say it exactly how I just did it. Perfect pronunciation. Thank you. Do people mess that up? Do people mess up your name? I feel like you make it pretty clear with the capital letters. That helped a lot. Damn. That's crazy. How are you doing, Shamnus? We're in the middle of trying to figure out whether this OnlyFans situation that I'm in, I'm talking to a bot, a real person, a bot who becomes a person when the bot flags a person to come in because I'm suspicious, or if it's hired help that is promoting someone else's OnlyFans. Just normal, everyday conversation. And we're also talking about Among Us as well. How's your day? Yeah, no. No one, we've been talking about it for an hour and we still don't know. But tomorrow they're supposed to, here's the ultimate test that I've come up with, Shamnus, is they said that they mostly play Dead by Daylight, the game, you know what that game is, and League of Legends, which are the two games that I play. Weird thing is, I did not tell them that I play those games. This is something they brought up of their own volition, which is also suspicious. But anyways, so the plan I came up with was I'm going to set a time for them to play it with me. And if they don't show up, probably a bot, because they won't be capable of calling me and playing the game. And they probably don't even have an account, right? So I did that. That was on Saturday. That was supposed to happen. They, didn't show up. And so I was convinced they were a bot. And so I said, I'm not going to talk to you. And they messaged being like super apologetic and then said, how can I make it up to you? And I was like, schedule another time and then show up on time and call. So they're like, okay, let's do this day at this time. And I said, okay, that's tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to know for sure. Cause I don't think a bot could do that, all of that, play a game, respond to events that are happening in the game, and hold a conversation with me at the same time. Only thing they could do, I think, is use an AI voice changer. And even then, I think I could probably figure that out. Is it a big model? That's the other thing that I don't know. I don't think so. But I've also never seen a real OnlyFans page. That one is the only one I've seen, so I don't know what I'm looking at. So the only thing I have to go off of is there's the amount of posts they have, which is about 50. They said they're relatively new, so that would make sense. And then they also have 32,000 likes, which seems like a lot of likes to me, but I don't know if that isn't a lot on OnlyFans. That could be like kind of standard. I don't know. Or that could be a completely fabricated number, because I don't know if that's really a thing that you see on someone's page. I'm bamboozled. When I look at the page, I have no idea what I'm looking at. It is an OnlyFans.com thing, like the URL is a real one, but I don't know if the numbers are real. It also says like how many miles away they are, which I didn't know was a real thing. I forgot to mention this earlier. I didn't know if that was a real thing. It says like 7 miles away, something like that. And so I was like, there's no way that's real, because any person who is like doing that work would not put how far away they are, and that number would not be accurate, because then like people would just move around trying to find how close they are to the person, then eventually find them, right? So I looked up to see if that was real, which I was pretty sure wasn't, and it said they would have to put that information in themselves, and that would be fake. So I'm wondering if it's the same for the likes. The whole thing is crazy, Shamas. Maybe they showed up the scheduled time in the Pakistan time zone instead of your time zone? No. Because I was very specific. Because again, they don't know where I live. I don't know where they live. So I said it is Eastern US time. So they could have missed that though, but I doubt it. Again, dude, I thought about this. I took it all into consideration. I overthought the shit out of this because I'm just genuinely interested. It's fascinating. It's exciting. Okay, what were we talking about? Among Us. Okay, so the example I was talking about earlier of like a role that I think is just like not fun to have in the game is actually one that's already in the game that we've used, which is, I think it's called Tracker. So I was Tracker a few times when we first started playing, and that shit is just so busted. I can just open up my map and see where anyone that I'm suspicious of or not suspicious of is at any point. So I can just say, hey, where were you? And then if they say, oh, I was here at this time, or I didn't go this way, I'll just know it's them right away. Or if I say, where are you right now in the meeting? And they don't say where they're at, it's obviously them. That shit's so busted and makes the game not fun. So there's a lot of roles that I feel like are like that with the mods. Also, thank you for the follow, Shamnes Creates. You're my first follower in a long time. My last follow was 2 weeks ago, so thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm actually net -1 follower in the past 2 weeks. So thank you. I am in desperate need of followers. The numbers are not going up. They're going down currently. People in OF have people working for their marketing thing. That's another thing we were talking about was, I know that if you're big enough, you have people to pay. Like you just pay other people to message clients as if they were you, the creator. And that's what I think is most likely the case. I think that's most likely the case. Combined with something that Copper said earlier, which is it's a bot, and then when the bot gets flagged that the person is suspicious they're a bot, a real person jumps in and takes over. I think it's that's my running theory, but I'm not gonna know until tomorrow. But I'm gonna update tomorrow. I'm gonna update tomorrow, probably in the Discord. I am gonna record it for sure. I'm gonna record it. I'm not gonna stream it though. Ad is coming up. Do I still have that thing copy pasted? Nope. I almost sent the OnlyFans link. Okay, so I'm doing this new thing that I actually took from Sage, who I don't know if Sage is still here, but during ads, it's supposed to be automatic, but it'll ask a question. We'll pause talking what we're talking about for the people that aren't subbed, and then come back to it. So that's the question. I see Shamanist asked a question. I'll just wait until after the ad's over. So yeah, you can either answer the question during the ad and we can talk about it after, or not. I just don't want to, like, I hate when people miss things. I forgot to do this once earlier, but I hate when people miss things because of an ad. It's supposed to do it automatically, and I don't know why the bot I set up didn't do it, so I'll just have to figure it out after stream. But I want to have, like, a question for people that are like just fucking watching ads, so that they feel like they're still participating. There's a part to the main mod for roles where imposters can insta-kill people in meetings if they... Oh, like Sheriff? Yeah. I know most of the roles because I've watched so many of like the OTV people, like offline TV. I've watched so many of those videos from back in the day. Prevents people from being so obvious about what they are. Incentivizes imposters to do some investigating like the crew. Yeah. Yeah, they could add an interesting layer. I actually don't know if the mod is even available. I'm going to look it up really quick. Among Us mod? Is it called Town of Us? Is that the one? What is the Among Us mod that Toast uses? Yeah. Yeah, it's by one of his buddies, but I don't know if it's like publicly available. Oh, here's one. Here's a public one. The Other Roles is what it's called. Okay, this one looks like it's publicly available, so I think everyone would have to download it if we were to do it. But I do think that would be fun. I do think I want to do that. And then I'm kind of thinking for this upcoming game night, which will probably be in like a week, because I don't think Obsession will be out. It's still not, so I'm assuming in a week it still won't be for streaming. I'm thinking we'll do Among Us and Mecha Chameleon, and maybe one other game, one other party game. I don't know. I could play Among Us the whole time though. I just don't want people to get burnt out either. I don't want people to get burnt out. I will not get burnt out on Among Us, but I feel like other people might. So I want to keep it kind of spicy. Town of Us. Okay, yeah. All right, we're back. Speaking of bots. Fucking Jimmy, man. Get out of here, Jim Jam. Rest in peace, Jimmy C. 14433. All right, we're back. We're back from the ads. You're named after Psyduck because of Pokemon in therapy. Yeah! Yeah, you got it. I actually recently changed my name to It's Psydale. It used to be my full name, which is like a little bit not smart. But I kind of liked having my full name on there too. And mental health, yeah. So yeah, I liked the name Psydale because most of my stream from before like very recently, was talking about like psychology research, mental health, just things related to mental health really, but a lot of it drew from like psychology research. And I would just like read some research, summarize it, and then I would teach people about what I learned, basically, and talk about things that I'm doing for my own mental health. So that's usually what this stream is about. But the past few streams have been a little bit different because I've been like trying to figure out what I'm doing with my life for the past few streams. And so I've been talking about that mostly. So this is the first day I've felt kind of like not super depressed. So it's a little bit more upbeat, but I am planning to return to talking more about psychology and my own mental health journey very soon, like probably in the next 2 streams. It'll happen. Within the next 2 streams, it'll probably happen, Shamnus. One thing you're proud of was hosting your website online for the first time. It's up, but you're still working on it. Ew! Well, congratulations. That sounds cool. When you say you hosted your own website, did you like create everything like on the back end, or did you use something like Squarespace, or is it for like a business? Tell me about it. I read today that Obsession made more money on its 25th day in theaters than Avengers Endgame. What? That's crazy. Yeah, I think Obsession like started off like not doing that great, and then suddenly everyone was talking about it. So that kind of makes sense. I also heard that Toy Story 5 got a lot of attention. But I don't know if that's true or if that's just like, you know, the news saying, go watch and then look at what's all the buzz. Lightyear, am I right? What's all the buzz about? Sorry. This is why Cork makes fun of me and says that I'm not funny. Hey, Cork, you know what? Cork. Oh, is Cork even in here still? Frick. Cork, you know what? I was in another streamer's chat earlier today. Pretty big one, too. Had like 1,000 viewers. They said I was the funniest chatter. So... and I think they're the funniest Dead by Daylight creator. Except for Trev. Don't worry, Trev. I think they're the funniest Dead by Daylight streamer. And they said I was the funniest chatter on Twitch, so... how about that, Cork? Suck on that one. Huh? Avengers Endgame made like $1 billion in the first weekend? Holy... oh, so you did do the back end of it, Shamnus. Whew. So that was probably a big project. I don't think I've heard of Cloudflare, but I don't really know much about it. About making websites in general. I'm on the free plan, so I don't need to pay for hosting until I upgrade. Oh, nice. Nice. So it's like kind of, it sounds like it's kind of like Squarespace, but maybe a little more customizable. Is that what Cloudflare is? What's the website for? Is it for like business, or are you starting something? I don't know. What's it for? I was gonna say, I didn't know I streamed. Look, obviously, we know you are the top DBD streamer. Trev is Dead by Daylight Creator of the Year, so they're at the top of everything. If I ever say someone else is the best this or that, just know that there's Trev, then like whoever the next person is somewhere below. Cloudflare goes hosting the company. Damn. A lot of tools in one thing. The web app to help people stop procrastination. Oh shit. Huh. That's really fascinating. A web app. So is it a business, or are you just like putting it out there for free? You're just like, hey, I have this tool and you can use it if you want. It's me stabbing you, by the way. Oh shit. Huh. What are you stabbing me for? Just trying to tell everyone about Dead by Daylight Content Creator of the Year 2026. I've said this before, my favorite emote that we have now is the Psyduck that shakes. That's my favorite emote out of our sub emotes. I just feel like it's so representative of the stream. Just constantly having a mental breakdown. Yeah! That's how I imagine it. Every time someone does that, that's what I'm thinking of you as. Putting it for free because you want to... Damn! You're just doing it for fun. If it helps people, it helps people. It's pretty sick. It's kind of like the stream. It's kind of like why I stream. Basically, my viewpoint for streaming, my perspective, I don't know, not the right word, but I feel like I stream, and if people find it helpful, they find it helpful. If they don't, at the very least, I find it helpful, and that's enough for me. You know? And I feel like even if my stream had success, if at some point I was thinking, well, this is what I have to do for success, is do this certain thing, and I didn't feel like it was helping people, then I wouldn't really be successful in a way, you know? So I feel like I just want to nail the important part, which is making sure that it's something that I authentically find helpful. And then, you know, if it helps other people, then sweet. If it actually provides value for other people, like awesome. But at the very least, it's helpful for me, which makes that by itself, I feel like makes it worth doing. And anything other than that is like, you know, just extra. I feel like I have to have the first part. You have a question? Ask away. Ask away. Ask your question. Advice or something. Yeah, go for it. I'm here for advice. I'm all for it. Shoot your shot. After all, it's in the title. I like to imagine that your message, advice or something was your question. Advice or something. Okay. I'll pick advice. Hey, Copper, if you figure out for some reason the Town of Us thing, could you just let me know so that I don't also have to figure it out after you've already done it? Because I do plan on figuring it out, but if you have already looked into it or plan on it, can you let me know so that then I don't have to? I do eventually want to do that. Will do, okay? Thank you. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go piss, boy. Oh, I just saw your question. I'll get to it right after my piss time. All right. Back from taking a piss, are we? Back from taking a freaking piss. All right, let's see this question. If you have an idea of who to be in this world, should you keep in the back of your head? Should you keep in the back of your head all the time? Like, have an intention to be that thing, or should you just relax and let go and let be? Ooh, this is a good question. This is like staying yourself or force yourself to be your ideal version. It's a good question. I'm not sure if you're gonna like my answer, but I think saying should is inherently dangerous. Should you do one thing or should you do another thing? Because it implies that there's a right way to live your life, like an objectively right way to live your life. And life is different for everyone. So you have to decide for yourself what is right for you, okay? And so if you look up that same question, or if you ask like ChatGPT or something, that question, it's gonna give you an answer of what is probably right for most people, but you're not most people, you're your own person, okay? So this is a question that first I would challenge you, if this is a question that you're asking for yourself, to try and figure out on your own, okay? Secondly, I'll answer for myself. If I was to ask myself that same question of, I have an ideal version of me, and should I just like continue to stay as me? Asking myself that question, I would say that it's okay to be who I am now, and that's enough where I am. But I would like to see myself become more, and I know I'm capable of that. And so for that reason, I would push myself to do that, because I know that would be healthy for me and that would help other people in my life. But I am enough as I am. That would be my answer to that question. That helps you with your own answer. So it's kind of like a little bit of both. You can relax and let yourself be, and that is enough, and you're enough at that point as you are now. But know that you're capable of more, and you can push yourself if you'd like. But again, my first answer is also, I would also say challenge yourself to answer that question for you. That is my answer. So your answer could be different. It could be the same, could be different though. It's kind of like if someone were to say, you know, if you see someone like taking a bite of something, like they're eating a sandwich, you know, and they're like just really chowing down on that sandwich, and they're like, damn, that must be a good sandwich. Then you go over and try that sandwich, and you're like, ah, this fucking sucks. Am I wrong? Are you wrong for not liking that sandwich? No, you're a different person, and you're gonna have a different experience. It's not gonna taste the same to you. And that's kind of how like life is generally for everyone, but there's going to be the internet and other people that try to convince you that there is one way to do things, and it's very appealing to think that way. But that's not how it is. That's my answer. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully you're here for that. That would suck if I just went through that whole thing and you're just like, nah. I also went to go pee. I was here, yeah, well, great. Perfect. Still thinking. All right. If you feel like responding to that, you can. If you don't want to respond and just want to soak it in, it's also fine. And think and think and think. I'm also the same, where I need a bit to like process things. A lot of times if I'm talking to someone and I'm I need a second to think, I will literally say out loud, I'll say, can you give me a second to think about that? And then I'll just sit there and think. And it's kind of awkward for a bit, like when you first start doing it, especially if it's someone you don't know. But eventually you get used to it. I like to actually say that though, because I'd rather do that and sit through the discomfort of just silence and the other person maybe thinking it's a little weird than to like give them a half-baked response that like I'll probably regret later, you know? Anyways, for Among Us, for the if people are interested in doing like Mecha Chameleon and Among Us and something else, that'll be at the end of the month. You know, sometimes when you want to win a game and focus on winning, you play better and actually win. Sometimes. I think sometimes that's true, sometimes it's the opposite. But I get what you're saying, yeah. I see where your head's at, yes. Like when you lock in, yeah. There's definitely times where I've locked in and it's had the opposite effect. Where I lock in and I play worse. Like I'll be like, I have to win this game. I really want to win this game. And then I lose because I'm so focused on winning. Like I'll make mistakes that usually if I was just like chill and playing the game, wouldn't make the mistake. Like I'm too eager. That is true. But I know what you're saying. You're saying like if you're focused on a goal, like if you're focused on some specific goal, you're more likely to go for it. You need to think about the game, not winning the game. Yeah. Yeah. I'm guessing you're like trying to connect those two things of like, otherwise it would backfire. Yeah, definitely can. Definitely can. But yeah, so you're saying if you're focused on winning, you're more likely to win. Yeah, I see the analogy you're trying to make. And again, it's all subjective, right? So like I have an answer for me that's coming to mind, but it's not going to be the same for you. So like what I would ask you in this situation is do you want your life to be kind of like a game? Do you want to focus on winning the game? And your answer could be yeah. Like I want to focus on winning life. Or it could be, nah, I don't really want to view my life as a game and something I need to like focus on. I just want to kind of exist. I think if you asked other people, they're going to tell you, like, I think a lot of mental health people, therapists, definitely like a psychiatrist is going to give you like an objective answer. And it won't be subjective, but they're going to say, you know, you should do this according to this study because most people, like 50-something% of people, will find that it's actually more helpful to focus on said goal. And so you're more likely to do it. So what that does is it makes it easier because it fits the box that your question is put in, right? And it's a kind of like a yes or no. But most things in life, in my opinion, do not fit in that box because everyone is different. And so what a study does in research, they're going to take a bunch of things and they're going to say, this is what most people happen. Well, like for example, like let's take depression medication. Okay. So I have depression, right? I'm on depression meds. Most people who take depression meds, it doesn't work. Okay. And they have to do something else. or they have to do depression meds and something else, or they don't do depression meds and they just do the other thing. But what happens when you go to a psychiatrist? A psychiatrist is gonna just prescribe you the medications to say this is gonna help you out. They're not gonna tell you the other options. It's kind of like that, where it's like everyone is different, and you have to figure out what's right for you. And the difficult part is that no one's gonna tell you that. You kind of have to decide what is correct for you through your own experience. Life can also have a lot of gotcha. Gotta be careful of tying it too closely to winning, as that might be out of your control. True. Yeah. I thought focusing on winning is gonna backfire in life. I think playing the game right is better. This is one of those times where I would say to the other person, I need to think about that for a second. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I think in terms of your like comparison you're making there of focusing on winning, that backfiring, that can happen. I agree. You know, that can happen, and it's happened to me where I'll be so focused on winning a game that I'll be too eager, I'll make mistakes that I usually, you know, wouldn't make. But there are times where it does work, where I'm focused on winning the game, and it's helpful because I'm not just kind of going through the motions playing the game. I'm thinking about different things I should be doing to win the game instead of like have fun, for example. Like if I was trying to have fun in most games, I would probably say just fight and get kills, okay? That's kind of more fun. But a lot of times in games, that's not how you win. Like that's not how you work with your team to win, depending on the game. You know, maybe you don't have a team, but you know, that's not how you technically win a game, by killing people all the time. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't, but that's not how you win the game. There's probably a lot of other things that you have to factor in. So sometimes it can help too. It's what I feel like. I'm not trying to like deconstruct your metaphor, and I'm not trying to prove you right or wrong. All I'm trying to do is challenge you to think about what is right for you, okay? Because I don't think your analogy is right. I don't think it's wrong. I think it just depends on what you believe and what is correct for you. That's the only thing that I think is objectively true, is that we're all different subjectively, and we all have to make our own decisions on what's correct. And that could be different for me and for you, right? I did game development for a little bit. That's why I brought up the video. Yeah. It's a good analogy. It is. Yeah. Like I immediately saw what you were getting at and how it connected, right? So then I started also challenging the analogy too, right? Where it's like, do you kind of want your life to be a game? And that could be yes, could be no. I think a lot of people treat their life like it is a game. There are literally books, I've read self-help books, where they try to make your life into a video game and say, here are the things you want to level up, like, you know, your physical stats, your intellectual stats. And then that works for some people. It didn't work for me because, I don't know, it just didn't, but it works for some people. Like the person that wrote that book, it worked for them. But is that going to help every single person that reads that book? No. You know? But it's not wrong to say, hey, I want my life to be like a video game. That'll make things easier for me. That feels right for me. That's not a wrong thing, you know? But it might be for someone else. It's weird because I don't think free will is real. I think life is like a movie instead of video game. You know what I mean? I do know what you mean. And I don't have the answer to that because it's kind of rhetorical in a way. I mean, I have what I think could be true, or is most likely true, but I can't be sure of it. So if you have that perspective that life is a movie and that it's just kind of like playing and you don't have a choice in how it goes. I heard this from, who did I hear this from? I can't remember who I heard it from, but they had a really cool metaphor for that, which is if your life was a movie and there's an audience of people watching the movie, pretend you're the audience. What is the audience screaming at the screen for you to do? I really liked that because it got me thinking, like, it kind of like takes you out of your own perspective of what you think you should do and contextualizes it into like an audience of friends or whatever, into what they think you should do. What do you think is true? Tell me. I don't know again, but I think it's probably more likely that we have some level of free will. But again, I don't know that because no one does, you know? That's just like what my instincts say. Like, to me, I think, well, if I wanted to change what I was doing right now, I could do that. But then you could reasonably argue back, well, you know, whatever higher power or whatever knows that that's what's going to happen, and it was going to play out that way, and it was always going to play out that way no matter what. And then you can't win that argument, you know? So it's like, okay, where do you go from there? They're screaming, "Let's go Norway!" Classic Trev. I had a choice in the past life when I was designing this movie, but playing the movie, I have no free will. That's my theory. Interesting. I like that. Like, it's kind of, yeah. I like that idea. It's fun. I can't prove it. Like, no one can prove it, really. You don't know till you know, you know. But yeah, I like that. It's cool. I also thought, I mean, there's a bunch of theories like that I think are interesting to think about. I don't know if you know there's a rapper called Logic. I don't know if you know who that is, but in one of his albums, he talks about, I think, what is his kind of theory of the way things work. And he thinks that every single person lives life, the whole thing, and then they die and they kind of like ascend, go to this higher person. And then once you have cycled through every single life that is possible to live, it's like all done and it's over, and you become like this higher being that understands all of the different perspectives of everybody. Kind of cool. And so I think part of the album was, I listened to it so long ago that I don't remember it fully, but part of the album was him having a conversation when he died with this like higher being afterwards, and then going into a new life. Oh, it's an old one? Yeah, well, there you go. It's been around. Maybe he was just personifying it, I guess. But yeah, I think those are interesting to think about, you know? But that's about it. Like, you can't really say one is for sure true until someone figures it out. Or until, like, you're dead, and then maybe you figure it out then. I don't know. You do think that everything happens for a reason, that's all cause and effect? I've heard that. You know, I always hear that everything happens for a reason. I don't know. Again, it's like maybe. Maybe everything happens for a reason. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's no reason for some things. No idea. I can just like have my intuition and form as good of an opinion as possible with the knowledge we have, which is just not very much, you know? The reason it happens, if not magically, I think it has a pile of dominoes falling. Maybe. Maybe there's the sequence of events and they all have to fall in order and that's it. I don't know. Could be right, could be wrong. Part of why I ended up falling out of religion, thinking about a higher being that was okay with so much of the crap that goes on, just didn't sit right with me. Yeah, that's why my intuition my intuition tells me that some things like just don't make sense. Like cancer, like kids getting cancer, you know? Seems like there's not a great reason for that. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel like... I can't imagine there being a higher power and then being like, you know what's good? You know what'll serve a really good purpose is like kids getting cancer and like maybe AIDS as well. Like, let's just have AIDS and then, yeah. Just for fun. Like, we'll just create that and we'll leave that there. Like, last domino fell because the first one fell? Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Like, there has to be a sequence of events and each domino has to fall for you to get to the last one. I see what you're saying. For sure. It's just, I can't prove it. I can't disprove it, so. You know what I mean? The villain of Prisoners, is that like a... What is that? Is that like a allegory or something? That I don't know about. Really good movie. Ah. We should add that to our movie watch list. That'd be cool. Hey Shamus, do you play do you like party games? Like do you like Among Us? We're planning on doing an Among Us. Just like a party game night in like a week, around a week. We do it every month. So if you're interested, you can join. If you like. If you're not into that sort of thing, it's all good. Don't play games that much. Wow. So on Twitch, do you mostly watch like people like me who are just chatting, or? I know a lot of people who are on Twitch just kind of got on there because they like watched a video game person and then started watching other people. Couple loses their kid due to cancer and decide to wage a war against God because what God would allow that to happen. Oh, interesting. Just chatting software art. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've been getting into art streams recently just because it's kind of like relaxing. It's kind of relaxing. It's you just watch someone make something, and usually they're just kind of like sometimes talking, sometimes not. It's just kind of nice to have up. You do follow some gamers. Makes sense. Yeah. I didn't know there was a huge space for software on Twitch. Do a lot of people stream software development and that sort of thing? Mostly small streamers. Yeah, I don't watch big streamers for sure, like ever, pretty much. Because I feel like the chat is just like a slew of, you know, emojis, and you're not participating in like anything really. You're just, I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't get it. But I usually only watch like small to medium people. Not a lot, but a few people do software development and game development. Ooh, watching game development could be interesting. I like the idea of that. I was watching Sage's stream the other day, which was fun. Well, last stream Sage was doing like crochet or something, but the stream before that she was doing tarot card readings, and I'd never seen tarot card readings, so that was really fun to watch. Making it, I mean, not watching it. Yeah, watching it I imagine might be kind of tedious. I imagine the process is probably tedious. So like watching someone else do something that you're not making that's tedious would probably not be enjoyable. So wait, what do they do? What do you watch when you're... Maybe I should just check it out. I was thinking, like, what do you watch when someone's doing software development? Are you just watching someone like code, pretty much? Oh, okay. Cool. Or read a blog. Okay. Are you like the type that watches someone code then? Is that something you enjoy doing? You're not an AI believer. I'm not really an AI person either. I use AI for very specific things. You're anti-AI. I think a lot of people are becoming that. I feel like maybe I'm slowly becoming that. Like I started off just using AI like all the time whenever I felt like it. And then I realized at some point that I developed a habit of, I didn't want to think about something, whatever it was. So I would just have the instinct to put it in ChatGPT. And so when I had that realization, I was like, ooh, that's a problem. And then so I started using it a lot less for like, again, like really specific things over time. Because of art friends, then I joined the trend. Nice. Nice. Yeah, definitely for art. I don't think AI can make art. I don't think that's... I just don't think it can. I think a lot of people are on that train though. Perhaps a hot take, perhaps not. It can make art, but it's spiritually bankrupt. I think something that's spiritually bankrupt is not art. You know? I think you have to have one to have the other. And I think whatever it does create is just what it knows from what humans have created in the past. So it's nothing new. It's nothing like genuine. It's not like genuine art. It's just using data to create something that it thinks you would want based off of everything humans have done before. You know? I would almost say it makes pictures or animations, but not art. Yeah. Yeah, like it can make something, but yeah, it's not. Art is human expression. Exactly. That's, yeah, see, Copper just said what both of us wanted to say. Just, Copper said what we wanted to say. Yeah. Exactly. It's like human by nature because it's an expression of the human experience, which AI is not. Yeah. Nice. Nice. I like that as well. I'll probably also steal that. Alright guys, I think that's where we will wrap up. Oh my god, it's been 4 hours almost. I think that's where we're gonna wrap up for today. Let's see, next, what's the next thing we're doing? Yeah, so this Saturday is when we will be doing the games, probably. If we're not watching Obsession, we're gonna be playing the games. Odds are we're gonna be playing games. If you're interested in games, Discord's there. Yeah. So we'll be doing that. We also talk about other things in the Discord, but so if you'd like to participate in the games, you can. We'll be doing that on Saturday. Mecha Chameleon, Among Us, maybe like Code Names or Scriblio. I don't know. We'll see. If not, I'll see you on Monday. Next stream, next week, we'll probably be talking about what we didn't get to today. Well, actually, I'll update you guys on the OnlyFans situation that happens tomorrow. And then we'll talk about what we didn't get to today, which is just future, doing some future planning for the stream. See what aligns with who I want to be. Yeah. That's it. Hey, NASCAR Family 18. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate the follow. Much needed. I was just telling Shawness that I'm in desperate need of follows, seeing as I actually went down a follower over the last 2 weeks. Maybe they heard me playing Ram Ranch, I don't know. But appreciate the follow. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Hi guys. How are you doing today? I'm doing fantastic. A lot better than usual. How about yourself, NASCAR? Fortunately, you caught us just as we were wrapping up. Oh, you joined the Discord? Hell yeah. Appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate that, Shamus. Looking forward to chatting with you. A lot of times I just hang out in there anyways and like voice call, so you can hop in if you like. If you ever see me on, want to chat. Doing good. Wish I didn't have back pain. Damn. Sorry to hear you have back pain. Is it from something like is it like a chronic thing that you have, or do you just get your back injured? OMG Sham NASCAR? Sham NASCAR was one of my nicknames. What are the chances? Nah, that is kind of crazy, actually. Both people that followed today. You do sports. What do you play? I used to play water polo when I did sports. I don't do sports anymore, but you're like NASCAR? Thought that was pretty obvious. basketball, and track and field. Damn. Are you a tall person? By the way, how'd you find the stream? How the heck did you find the stream? No, sadly. Oh, you don't do NASCAR. You just like watching it? I feel like that's an expensive sport to be participating in. Fun, but probably very expensive unless you're like one of the best somehow. Oh, I think you were responding to me asking if you were tall. Found it by scrolling down, like I always find small streamers. Yeah. I feel like you have to scroll down so far to get to me and like other streamers. So whenever other people find me, I'm always like, huh, did you find me by scrolling, or did I like somehow pop up in your recommended? Or Norway won, let's go. I definitely know who they were playing against too. I was just looking and saw it. I thought I'd check you out. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Appreciate you coming in and just being like, yeah, I'm just gonna follow this guy. It's awesome, man. Well, I mean, just give you a quick rundown of who I am. Usually I stream about something mental health related. A lot of times I'll talk about research, like current research that's being done in psychology, spiritual stuff, so that I'm kind of mixing like Western philosophy with Eastern philosophy. It can also be drawn from philosophy. So I talk about a lot of different things that are related to life and mental health, and then kind of summarize it for streams a lot of times. But recently I've been trying to just kind of figure out my own life. So we've been talking about my own mental health a lot recently. What's with the OF tag? I don't know what you mean. Not sure what you mean, Shamnus. Not sure what you mean. I am kind of interested to see how many people search OnlyFans and then find me through that. Before, I had feet as one of my tags, and that was how the most people found me. And I don't show my feet. It wasn't a lot. Like, there wasn't a lot of people that found me. It was like fucking 13 people. But still funny. You just watch it. When you get older, you'll do it. Nice. Scammed. No feet? What the hell? That's why I'm here. Unfollowed. You know what? I imagine my 2 followers that I lost over the last 2 weeks, I like to think that they found me and followed me because they thought I was a feet streamer, and then unfollowed me after realizing that I had not showing my feet. From now on, whenever I see someone's unfollowed me, I'm gonna think that's why they did it. You were gonna say that. Great minds, Shamnus. Hell yeah. But yeah, start of every stream, we have a question of the day, which, you know what? Screw it. If you guys want to answer it, let's do it. But I always come up with a new question of the day that we answer at the start of every stream. And then we kind of do like a check-in with each other. So I'll ask like how we're all feeling, and then I'll say how I'm feeling. And then I'll ask how you can improve your day, just like a little bit. Yeah, so at the beginning of each stream, it's pretty much the same. Come in, question of the day, check in with each other, see how we're doing. See how it can go better, and then there's usually like a main topic of the stream that is mental health related. So if you're interested in mental health, you're in the right spot. Or like psychology. I have 2 dreams. Ooh, sheesh. I want to become a NASCAR driver, but I also want to become a cop, so I don't know what to do, so you're going back and forth. I think the right one will probably reveal itself to you. Something I've heard is that the right thing for you usually is the thing that you can't stop thinking about. Not necessarily the thing that you think is the most fun or you enjoy the most. It's usually like the thing that you can't stop thinking about. And it could be something kind of boring, you know? Maybe that'll help. But I think both of those would be awesome. Keep doing software development, but I'm too far into it to quit even with all this AI stuff. Yeah, I mean, it could be something that's just fun for you too, you know? Where it's like, even if AI somehow completely takes over all of software development, if you still enjoy doing it, then like keep doing it, you know what I mean? NASCAR cop, only high speed. Wait, that you're a genius. You've cracked the code. NASCAR family. Also, do you have something you'd prefer me to call you instead of NASCAR family? Maybe like Nos? It's kind of like the rapper Nas. Or Nas. You're just going to be a NASCAR cop. Only do high-speed chase. Dude, Shamnus is a genius. glad you're here, Shamnus. You can call me Haley, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. All right. I think I like Haley. I'll remember to call you Haley. Because NASCAR family is like a mouthful, you know what I mean? Sweet. What a cool couple of prospects for you, though. It'd be fun. I've always wanted to try like F1 racing because I think, I don't know, I enjoy the feeling of feeling like I could die at any second because I'm a little bit insane, but I don't want to die, but I like the feeling that it is very possible at any second. So as a kid, I got that through like roller coasters and stuff, thinking that like I'm gonna die. But I imagine F1 racing, you could get the same thing. And I had the same thing when I drove a really old car and the brakes didn't work very well. It's always been my favorite car. I don't have it anymore, but it's always been my favorite car because I always felt like if anyone hit me, like it's over. Well, I'm done. Or like if I have to brake really hard in some situation, I'm fucked. So I really liked that car just because it gave me that crazy feeling of like I could go at any moment. Wanted to try TikTok today. We got too scared for TikTok. Gonna write the script tomorrow and do it. Go for it. You should. Seriously. You're gonna care more than anyone else, right? Just go for it. I remember thinking the same thing when I started. I still get it to some extent of like worrying what other people are gonna think when I post something. The thing is, you're like at every stage, you're always gonna care more than the other people. So just go for it, man. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that significant, you know? I named my account that because I love watching NASCAR. I put family because I love my family so much. Then I put 18, my favorite NASCAR driver. I was wondering why 18 and if there was like some significance to that. I like that you love your family. That is also a value of mine. And not everyone has that. Which is okay, you know, depending on your family circumstances. Not everyone has like a really loving family, but I'm lucky enough to have one, and sounds like you do as well. And I think if you do have that, it's important to cherish it, recognize it, you know? Also, ad is starting soon, so I'm going to ask my ad question, which I asked earlier. Sorry about the ads. I wish I could not do them, but I have to have a minimum of 3 minutes. But you can answer the question in the meantime in the chat if you haven't already. I'm gonna put it in right now. God 4K. You should. I do it all the time, yeah. I think should is a dangerous word, even when I say it. And I try not to say it. Well, actually, I don't even know if you can hear me. There's an ad going, but maybe you have ad block on or turbo. I don't know. But I'll wait to respond until after the ad. In the meantime, hydration. Ooh, and I can look for someone to raid. Let's see. See if anyone we know is on. Oh, Zach is on, but we raided Zach last time. We want to raid Zach again? Zach is just such a nice fellow. I don't see anyone else I know that's on that isn't like, you know, absolutely huge. So let's see if there's anyone streaming like mental health. I mean, we have some time since some ads running, you know. Mental health. Do you watch Dr. K? I don't know if you're in an ad, but yes, I do. Love me some Dr. K. See if there's anyone just chatting doing mental health. Let's see. You know what's really funny is the mental health tag on Twitch. For some reason, the most popular tag for mental health is spelled wrong. It's mental health, but there's no T. So it's just mental hell. But it has the H. It's just spelled wrong. And so a lot of people have mental health without the T in it. And they don't know it. And so it's funny. It's just funny. Most streamers say mental health or mental hell. Mental health. Maybe I should search for that instead. I'm not finding anyone. Maybe we'll just raid Zach. We'll just raid Zach again. I don't have another person to raid. Oh, our 3 minutes is up. Okay. What was I even responding to? I already... Oh, yeah. Talking about should versus the you should. Yeah, I think it's kind of like dangerous to say should because... I mean, I do it all the time. Because I'm so, like, habitually used to it. But... I think it's probably better to say, in most cases, could. I could do this, or you could do this. Do I choose instead of should I? Yeah, similar. Basically the same thing. Just something where you have that choice, like you're saying, where it's like you have the opportunity to do this, or You know, I can do this instead of I am supposed to, or like I'm expected to, because then you kind of like put unnecessary pressure on you or like the other person that you're talking to. So yeah, I should be be more mindful of I could be more mindful of saying should. I feel like choice is better because you're the driver instead of being on the bus. Yes. I second that. +2 for you as well. Yeah. Are you in the Healthy Gamer Discord? That's the tag I have on my Discord. I'm a big Healthy Gamer fan. I do, well, I will say I was more of a fan maybe a couple years ago, but I feel like recently there have been videos that Dr. K has put out that feel disingenuous. Trying to think of an example. Like I remember one video he had put out and he said something like, the title was something like, you should be doing nothing. Like nothing is okay, or basically saying that you don't need to do anything. And so he spent the whole video, I remember watching the video because I thought the title was stupid. He spent pretty much the whole video talking about like just trying to justify that and say that 90% of the work that you do is kind of like internal, and then the actual result of that is the 10% external, and so it's okay to not be doing anything. But that's not true, because you are doing things if you're doing internal work. I don't know, it just felt like a big clickbait to me, and so I've seen videos like that where it's kind of made me think a little bit less of the organization as like a whole. But I am still a big fan, nonetheless. Big fan of Dr. K. Anyways, so again, if anyone is into Among Us and would like to join us for Among Us on Saturday, it's going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing like just party games. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you can join us in the Discord. I'll post it one more time. And then, if not, I will see you guys on Monday for another stream. Same time, 6 p.m. Eastern. It's fun being here. See you soon. Yeah, man. Hey, thank you for the follow. Some good chats. I appreciate your question. Gave us some really good discussion. And yeah, I appreciate you joining the Discord too. It'll be fun to talk to you in there, and hopefully I see you around. Likewise with you, Haley. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for the chats. Thanks for the follow as well. Hopefully I see you around as well. I got deep with the free will talk. I appreciate that, because a lot of people don't have the like, one, the vulnerability to ask like such a deep question off rip, and two, are not I don't know, that much of a critical thinker to like keep the conversation going. They just kind of like take the answer and like, oh, okay. So yeah, I appreciated that. Definitely see you around. Hey, awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks again for stopping in. Anyways, I'm gonna raid. His name is Zach. His username is exactly. He plays Dead by Daylight. I play a lot of Dead by Daylight, if you guys didn't know that. But he's a really nice guy, just in general. Has some good streams consistently. So he's just a nice guy, and that's why I like raiding him. We raided him last time, so we're gonna raid him again. All right. So So I'll see you guys on Saturday. If not, I'll see you guys next stream. Oh, let's find Zach real quick. There he is. Also, I think I have a raid message set up, don't I? I think I have a raid message. If you just copy and paste that, you should be able... those are the follower emotes, so everyone can use those. You don't need to be subbed to use the raid message emotes. See you, Coppa. See you on Saturday. Thanks for coming as usual, Copper, and appreciate you chatting as well. Always a good time chatting with my boy. Trev, thanks for being here. Norris, I know you've been in and out. Thanks for the conversations and for the bits, and thanks everyone who tried to help with the OnlyFans thing. I'll let you guys know how that goes tomorrow in Discord, and then I'll give another update next stream. All right, guys, I'll see you. Make sure to be nice to our boy Zach here.
What it'll sound like? Hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Raiders, can you hear me? Hello?
Yo, what is up, Dale? Oh my goodness, hold on.